Cardinals are making Pro Bowler Trey McBride the highest-paid tight end in NFL history with a 4-year, $76 million extension, according to his agents. And Adam Schefter, the deal includes $43 million guaranteed and a $19 million average per year, the highest ever for any NFL tight end.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where we will have the Jon Schneider Show, as we do each and every Thursday at 4 p.m. He'll join us at 4. Jon Morosi will be joining us at the bottom of the hour at 2 p.m., and then we'll debut the Raleigh Show at 5 p.m. So a lot of great stuff coming your way. Just sit back, take it all in. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Weigh in on whatever you'd like. The Geno deal, we finally got the numbers. We can talk more about that. The Mariners have the day off. At least it's a day off after a win, which I'm thankful for, that we don't have to sit here and stew for their day off and talk about them being swept by the Tigers. It was bad enough that they lost 2 out of 3, and we'll go through our Call It Now predictions later on in the show.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't imagine we did well.
No.
We were a bit too optimistic after going into this series.
Especially yours truly here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little giddy maybe off of that, coming off the back end of that A's series, splitting with them. But, this is a team that's kind of had their number over the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Jon Morosi will be grinning ear to ear, as he normally is anyway, but he'll be especially happy that his Tigers showed well in Seattle. And he's not the type to rub it in, though, so we've got that.
No, he's very nice.
We've got that going for us, which is nice. But, there have been moments, some bright spots, some certainly pitching has stood out. But, Victor Robles is a guy that we talked a lot about in the offseason, and that in a positive way, just not knowing, hey, what is he going to be that good all year long? Is he going to be, and he's not off to that kind of start, but he's been productive. He's had some key moments up at the plate, including his 2-run double in the second.
Here's the pitch, swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Kreidler going back to the one, he tracked to the wall, leaps up and he drops the ball. He had it, lost it. Moore will score. JP rounding third, waved in, he will score. The throw in is cut off, and at second, Victor Robles with a double. Deep left center field, just beyond the reach of Ryan Kreidler. It hit off his glove, the ball landed on the warning track, and with 2 outs, the Mariners take a 2-0 lead here in the bottom half of the second.
I was thinking about the home run that Demo hit, and the thing that always fascinates me about him is that his feet seem to start before his brain even thinks, that's a home run. And that's kind of what you get from Victor Robles. He's just incredibly explosive, steals bases, and I think Dan Wilson was talking about, and this is a reason to be optimistic, that he if he doesn't do it with his legs, he does it with his defense, the throw. I'm still kind of tweaked about that off target throw from the outfield, but yeah, I mean he just makes things happen. So yeah, I don't know that he's going to be the kind of guy that we saw last year for kind of a short period of time, but he's exciting to watch, man. He's just an explosive player,
and he just brings a different spark. Energy-wise, I mean, there's what he does, obviously, at the plate and in the field, which is all that matters, or matters most. But I think he provides a different energy and edge to this team in the clubhouse and in that dugout. He just brings a different personality that I think is very well received here, because you've got great guys, but they're subdued. I mean, Cal Raleigh is a very subdued guy. JP is a very subdued guy. And Julio, he's still figuring out, how to be a leader. He's got to get his performance happening in order to do that. And there's just, I don't know, there's an edge that I like about him that I think was missing in this clubhouse.
That's a good way to put it. And I like that edginess, especially as the leadoff hitter. Mm-hmm. Just, you never know what he's going to do. He might swing at the very first pitch of the game. So, yeah, you're right. And the the good news is, and Dan Wilson has talked about this, and actually we heard it from his players down at spring training, is that, you mentioned that's probably the two extremes, right? You got Victor Robles on one side and Cal Raleigh on the other. Very,
in terms of personality,
very subdued Cal, and not a lot of words, but when he speaks, everybody listens. And then, you got a guy like Victor Robles who is a monkey owner. I think it's interesting to point out. He's just a different cat. And, with Dan Wilson, there's room for everybody, every kind of personality. So, he does bring that. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of the last guy that really, and Caballero a little bit, but he wasn't like a starter, or they didn't have high expectations for him. And, for Victor Robles, he just, brings that edge, as you said. That's a great word.
Yeah, you love that element. Hopefully, again, I don't worry so much about performance. I'm not holding him to last year's numbers. I just don't think that's a realistic standard. but I think he can be very, very good and very, very impactful. But it's just availability, just health-wise with him. And then, look, this is what the Mariners, front office was sort of preaching in their lack of activity in the offseason. Is that, hey, we got Robles and we've got a Rosarena for a full season. You had Rosarena for what, 54, 55 games last year? It was 77 games with Robles. So that part's true. I get it. It doesn't feel like an off-season addition because it's really not. You had these two last year to end the season. I still really, really dislike what they didn't do in the off-season, but that remains a fact that Robles and Rosarena weren't here to begin the year. They weren't here the first half of the year, so you do get a full complement, if you will, of their skills for the entire year. So we'll see how much of an impact that has, how much of a difference that makes. But the other side of it, you can look at, we're rooting for Garver. Garver's a guy who came off a really nice spring, looked like he told us he'd put on 15 pounds of muscle, looked like he'd kind of figured it out at the plate. And so far, it's a small sample size, but he's 1 for 12 with 5 strikeouts. It's not great.
No, and that was discouraging yesterday when back-to-back at-bats, he strikes out. I mean, it was...
And didn't look competitive.
I think it was 3 pitches on the first one.
It was bad. Yeah, and then Solano, I didn't even realize he's had 10 plate appearances.
Yeah.
He's 0 for 10. I didn't even realize he'd been, because it feels like he's hardly played. So he's a guy, look, we can point to the numbers because he was one of their offseason additions, okay? I don't count on him for really much of it. He's a utility guy. He's 37 years old. He's here to be a role guy. They're going to spot him in different spots when somebody needs a day off. I think he's ultimately going to be a good hitter. He's not a producer. He's not hitting home runs, driving in runs. So I don't worry about him quite as much. JP, he's off to a dreadful start. He's 2 for 18. He scored 3 runs. He's struck out 5 times. He does have 5 walks. He always makes the pitcher work, but he's got to be better than that. Bottom line, you need more from him.
Well, and that's what you brought up yesterday, and we talked about all the room for improvement from players. But as you pointed out, what they did in the offseason doesn't really account for any regression that's going to happen. And and that, I mean, look, it's early for Garver, and like you said, he did have a pretty good spring. So we'll see. But it was just discouraging there. And I think for fans that are feeling not great about the start of this season, as we'll talk about later, where they are after 7 games. I mean, it's, they're 3-4, and, they were 3-4, 20, 21, 22. But, I think the thing that's discouraging is if you look at the 2024 numbers, as far as being number 1 by far with strikeouts, and I don't know if that's number 1 or that makes you number 30.
The worst.
And then, you look at all the numbers, average, on-base, slug, OPS, all ranked pretty much where they were last year. So I think those kinds of stats it's early for that after 7 games, but it's the same old, basically. Yeah. And I think that's what some people who are having some negative thoughts about the Mariners are going to.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later on in the show. Meanwhile, this start for the Mariners is about the same as previous seasons in a lot of ways, but it doesn't really feel that way, does it? It feels like it's actually a little worse. We'll get into that conversation coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Washington State has the third highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our Pro-only checkout and dedicated Pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and Pod. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Coming up later on in the show, we'll talk with John Schneider at 4 p.m. for the John Schneider Show. We got the Raleigh Show debut at 5 p.m. Coming up just at the bottom of this hour. It'll be Jon Morosi joining us at 2:30. Right now, let's take two.
I don't know. I kind of liked you did take two the other day. So if Matt wants to bring that guy back, I'm all for it. But meanwhile, some actual news in take two.
Sounds like we have him on.
Yeah, you're right. Geno Smith and the Raiders have agreed to a 2-year, $75 million extension that can reach up to $85.5 million with incentives. 66.5 is guaranteed, so that total value, as people are pointing out here, pretty reasonable. 3 years, $106 million tacked onto this existing year. So he's only getting $35.3 million per season.
Yeah, I don't know. If you take the report we saw from Bob Condota that the Seahawks offered him a 2-year extension somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 per year. Now, we don't know what was guaranteed or any of that stuff or what the incentives were. Just on that surface number, it looks like he's getting less than he was offered here, which says he just didn't want to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, players that have it's, I asked somebody about Geno and, just what his personality was, because we never got a chance to meet him, really. I don't think I ever said hello or shook his hand or anything. We always just heard at the scrum, what kind of guy is he? And, the word that I got, he's not a jerk or anything. He's just super competitive. And so I think that's really good for his career, but financially, you see it happen a lot in the NFL that financially it doesn't work that way if you have that chip on your shoulder, that edge. And again, I think he's taking less money to go somewhere else if that's what it plays out in the end. He'd much rather do that than, and maybe it was with the coaching and the change and all that. Maybe he's a Pete guy, that definitely could be part of it. And you could say, hey, that's actually pretty cool that he wants to take less money to go to the right coach. And, maybe that's what it is. But I just thought for sure he wasn't going to put his tail between his legs and walk back here and sign a contract with the Seahawks, even if he had to take less somewhere else.
Mariners begin their first road series tomorrow in San Francisco against the Giants. Quite a pitching matchup these first 2 days. Bryce Miller and Justin Verlander in the opener. And then how about this guy on Saturday? Robbie Ray, the Giants pitcher on Saturday, going up against Brian Wu.
Yeah, I'm hoping Brian Wu just goes out there and just nails them. Just nails that team and just is electric, because I guess it's typical of any fan base, but when Robbie Ray was here, especially after he gave up the home run to Yordan Alvarez, he stinks. What a terrible move bringing this guy over here. What a bum. Why do you have him? They trade him, good riddance, and then all of a sudden he gets healthy and has a good outing, and people are like, can't believe you let this guy go. Cy Young Award winner. What a typical move. you're just not going to win with certain elements of the fan base. That just so for those that just had an about face and looked at him as the next Cy Young Award winner, I'm hoping he goes out there and just gets rocked.
Well, and that's what 3 in a row now for they had Scooble, and they're going to have 3 Cy Young winners at some point in their career.
Yeah, Verlander, Robbie Ray.
Yeah. So, but Brian Wu going back to his old stomping grounds. Last time, trying to find the last time he went down to San Francisco. 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned, and gave up a home run. Had 7 strikeouts. So, and 0 walks.
Yeah,
so,
I'll take those numbers.
Yeah, we'll take that. Hopefully he, he's going to have a lot of family at the game and stuff. So I'm really interested in seeing Brian Wu pitch tomorrow.
Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Meanwhile, you brought this up a little earlier. The Mariners, after 7 games, are off to a 3-4 start. Not what we were hoping for. It's annoyed a lot of fans. Some of those losses were wildly annoying to me as a fan. Yet here they are, 3-4, much like the year before, where they were actually 2-5 to start the year in 2023. In 2024, they were 3-4. Just this is courtesy of our guy Luke Arkins tweeted this out, and I went back and checked. Just not that I don't trust Luke, but I had to double check, and he's right. So last year, after 7 games, 3-4. The year before that, 2-5. In 2022, 3-4. 2021, 3-4. 2020, 3-4. This is familiar territory. We've seen this movie before. So I'm curious, why is it just an exhaustion? Is it just a feeling of, okay, when are we going to do something different? When are we going to be different? That this feels, and the reaction to this 3-4 start is much more severe than it's been in years past. And 2022 is the year they made the playoffs. They went 3-4 to start their first 7. It's such a small sample size, but the reaction is pretty visceral at this point.
Yeah. By the way, I want to correct myself. Brian Wu is pitching on Saturday, not tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. With the win on the end of that series with the Tigers, it kind of wiped the slate clean for me, and it was actually comforting looking at these numbers. So I still think there's a chance that we're going to have some guys that are going to fix themselves, get better. So I felt really good about the pitching and the bullpen. So I don't know. To me, I don't know if it's just because I'm recency bias. They pulled out a game, and that was pretty dramatic fashion in the way that they did it. So maybe that'll we saw and heard how happy they were in the clubhouse yesterday. So maybe this will propel them into a good road trip.
Well, Jeff Passan on with Brock and Salk talked about whether, we can accurately judge what we've seen from this offense at this point of the season.
No, just because guys progress year over year and guys change, and you're going to have ones who are better and you're going to have ones who regress. And it's too early to know at this point what that is. I mean, we can take away little clues and little signals, and maybe it's just noise, or maybe there's something there. But you guys know me, like Memorial Day is my line of demarcation typically as to what a team both is and can be. Numbers have stabilized at that point, and we have a sense of what we're dealing with and what progress is actually real and what might actually be a mirage of the first couple of weeks.
All right, we'll give you a call on Monday, May 26th.
Yeah, how many games will they have played by then?
I can't count that.
Yeah, whatever that number. I'm usually at like a 40-game mark. I'm not sure where that puts them on the calendar. But, yeah, look, I get it. This is all we have to react to. It's all we've seen to this point. So that's what we're reacting to, and it's much like every single year prior to this, going back to 2020, 3-4. The only outlier was 2023, where they started 2-5.
Yeah.
So every other year that we're talking about here, from 2020, 21, 22, 24, and now this year, 3-4 through your first 7. So does it mean anything? We'll find out. I would just caution, not read too much into that, because we've been here. All right, we'll get this guy's thoughts on the Mariners offense and everything else happening around this team. Jon Morosi, he's going to join us next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. Yeah, there's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer, but to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. In a consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance, all that's gone. After that's done, we pay you half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
The Mariners are all about giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, you can score seats starting at $10 on select dates all season long. Plus, be sure to check out the expanded Mariners Value menu. Available every game and featuring 14 items, all under $5. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos, new treats like Pocky Sticks and Little Bites mini muffins, and more. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your value game tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith. And we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball. But today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more weighting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José Berríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
It's that time, everybody. He's here with us each and every week. We look forward to the conversation with this man who joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is Jon Morosi. How are you, man?
I'm outstanding. Greetings to you from Corona, California, home of the best high school baseball team in America. So I was at the dramatic Ohtani walk-off last night. That was our MLB Network Showcase game. There's an agreement between us and the baseball gods that every game that we do the rest of the year must be as good as the one that we saw last night, ending as dramatically. That's a promise, okay? And so I said, well, I'm out on the West Coast. I can't go home just after doing one game. So I drove. I'm like an hour east of L.A. Corona High School has potentially two of the top 5 or 6 picks in the draft this summer, and quite possibly 4 of the top 50. That's how good they are. So I'm here. We did a full day of interviews, and now they play a ball game in about an hour and a half. Steph Hernandez, who might be the best high school pitcher in America, is going to be on the mound. So I'm going to catch a little high school ball before I head back home. So this is the spot to be right now.
You just magic happens wherever you are, and the Dodgers moved to 8-0 after that dramatic finish. If not for them, we might be talking about the Padres, who are 7-0 to start the season. So
exactly. And one last quick little note on that. Tom Verducci, we were calling the game last night. Tom makes the point that at that point in time, the Dodgers were 7-0, and if they happened to have lost that game last night, which they really should have in any number of different ways, they would have been in second place to the Padres. So it's just the NL West, a pretty tough division right now.
So what are we to make, John, of the 3-4 start for the Seattle Mariners, who dropped a series to your beloved Tigers? Congratulations on that. They, oddly enough, typical Mariners, they get shut down by guys you think they might beat, held to 1 hit, and then the Cy Young Award winner comes in here, and that's the guy they get to in Skubal. So just based on what you've seen so far, this 3-4 start tells you what about this Mariner team?
Tells me that this season feels a lot like the last couple seasons in the sense that they're off to a little bit of an underwhelming start. Not a terrible one, but just a bit of an underwhelming one. And they're probably going to have to get right down to September and win a lot of low-scoring games to get into the dance. That's what I'm seeing right now. I think in their division, maybe there's some surprises. Again, it's just 1 week, but I think Texas has been able to withstand their injuries better than I expected. I think the Angels are a little better than I expected them to be. The Astros look vulnerable. But again, the Mariners have not quite hit enough to take advantage of the circumstances as we sit here today. Now, but as you point out, they did find a way to beat Skubal, the pride of Seattle University baseball. So maybe there is a little bit more consistency to come with their offense. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. And Julio, again, there's been some power, but the average is low so far. And Rosarena's come out and played pretty well. But I think in general, it's a lineup that is not as deep as we thought when, at least when Polanco's not in there. And I think he, in a lot of ways, has been the man that's been driving a lot of the things so far this season.
Well, JP, how far into the season is it fair to say, okay, this is the team we have? Is it Memorial Day? What did we figure out? That was about 50 games in, something 45, 50. Yeah. Is that about it? Or because the thing that I think bothers a lot of fans, JP, is that it's a lot of the same stuff from last year. If you look at, the average and the OPS and the strikeouts and things like that.
Right. I think it's a similar, and the reason for that is it's probably similar personnel. And again, I mean, they've changed the coaching staff. It is a different lineup than what they had at the beginning of last year because the additions they made along the way with the Rosarena and Robles. And so I think it's going to be a better, I think they'll be a little bit better offensively. Not a lot, but a little. I think it's a better version of Polanco, and I realize he hasn't been able to play a ton to this point in time. And Julio knows that he's going to have to be more consistent. I think we all realize that. But with most of the same players, and I'm paraphrasing a bit of what Jerry has said, most of the same guys, and with what they hope is better coaching and maybe a little more precise preparation, they should have a better end result. And I think that's what they're banking on. We can wonder if maybe there's a little more help coming from the minor leagues at some point this season. Again, it's too early to talk about that now. But what we have seen, it's not necessarily what I would describe as a small sample size because it's a continuation of what this lineup has been for multiple years. And so now I think pitching-wise, they're mostly healthy. They've shown an ability, again, to beat the reigning Cy Young winner in Skubal. They've had some low-scoring games that have not gone their way. But, again, that's nothing new for this team. That's kind of how they've been built for a while. So but, again, this is not a team that has done in the first week what the Braves have done, where they're winless and they're going home for their home opener in a totally beleaguered and bewildered state. That's not this team. They split a series, obviously, to begin things, and then they lost to what I think is a quality Tigers team. Not a great team, but a quality team. And they're eventually going to have to find more ways to win more series against quality teams as the season progresses.
So in looking at the rest of the division, you brought it up. The Rangers are the team we all talked about. Hey, they were just beleaguered by injuries last year, so everybody expected them to be better. And again, we're all reacting to 7 games, but it's all we have at this point. So we'll do that.
Sure.
And I would imagine the Angels come back to earth. But looking at the Astros, they've lost 3 in a row. They're 2-4. Oddly enough, this division, John, every team has a negative run differential. It's kind of odd looking to see that. But you look at Houston, and then you look at the A's, who are in dead last. They've got 2 wins, and both came against the Mariners. They've lost 4 in a row. So do you expect either of those teams to be is this the year that Houston falls off, and are the A's not quite the young, maybe unknown, talented team we thought they were going to be?
Yeah, I think the A's, they're still a better ball club than they were a year ago, in my estimation, regardless of what the record says. I really think, and you talked about it in the beginning of the question, the team that surprised me the most so far is Texas. I did not think that they were going to be able to be this consistent. And they just won a 1-0 game against the Reds with Jack Leiter on the mound. And Jack, through 2 games, is 2-0 with a .90 ERA. Again, it's early, but with him, it's always been a question of strikes. And in the start against Cincinnati, it was 6 punch-outs and no walks. So if that's the version of Jack Leiter that they're going to get for a while, their bullpen yesterday was really good. Webb, Garcia, Martin, and Jackson shut them down. So, I mean, that's, to me, the biggest surprise is that Texas is as good as they are right now. I thought the Angels would be better. They're obviously above 500. They're still somewhat flawed, but I think they're a better ball club than maybe a lot of their critics realize. They've promoted from within rather aggressively. They've got a very young team. They've still had to, I think, have some different creativity at shortstop with Neto's. availability being a question early on in the season. But I think overall, the Angels, they're going to have the ability to hang with some teams because their pitching is better. And they've gone with some younger, more promising arms. I like the Angels. I think the Astros, if you were looking for some signs of vulnerability, they've been there. This is a team that they've lost a lot of talent. They were, I think, were humbled a bit by the Giants this week in a series in Houston where their bats didn't quite get going top to bottom. Altuve is still Altuve. Jordan's been a bit slow starting. Walker missed some time in spring training. He's gotten off to a slow start. Rogers finally is getting a chance to play a lot. He's gotten off to a slow start. So I just think there's a lot of questions with the Astros where there haven't been in recent years. And there's where the opportunity lies if I'm still going to be an optimistic person looking at the Mariners' outlook.
What's your opinion so far of Victor Robles? And this obviously has to go into spring as well. But just, Bob, I thought put it well. He's got like an edge to him. Just and he affects the game in so many ways. And what you've seen from him, JP, so far, small sample size, but do you think he can return to, the kind of player that everybody expected him to be?
I do. And there was a time, you think back to the arc of his career, there was a moment with the Nationals where he was as hyped as Juan Soto. I'm not saying, obviously he has not become the player that Soto is, but there were moments, if you go back and look at the feature stories that were done about Victor Robles as a young player, there was talk that was going to be the outfield tandem for a long time and be one of the best in the game. So he's got that level of ability. I think that with the Mariners, he's in a good situation to succeed. The ballpark is going to force you to be more of a gap-to-gap guy, run the bases. Obviously, when Julio's healthy, Julio's in center and Robles is in right. I think he's an ideal catalyst from a standpoint of his ability to be a leadoff guy. Again, the numbers and the results have not all been there, but you look at the game yesterday and finding a way to beat Skubal and the Tigers, he drives in 2 runs. He goes 1 for 4 out of the leadoff spot. He's someone that's catalyzing the ability for this team to run the bases well. Obviously, he didn't get a stolen base yesterday, but he does run well. And I think he is going to be the ideal table setter for Julio. If Julio's going to bat second, and if you're fully committed to that idea, you need the guy that's batting ahead of him to be someone that's on base. And so I think that to me is a little bit of what I'm looking from Robles this season. Can you be a little better of an on-base guy, and what does that look like in terms of the impact on the rest of the Mariner lineup?
Hey, what is your take on the whole torpedo bat phenomenon that's going on out there? With the Yankees got everybody buzzing after hitting 15 home runs in 3 games, and even though Aaron Judge hit 4 of those with a traditional bat, but what is your overall take on that? Is that something that we're going to look at a decade from now and go, remember those goofy things everybody thought were magic and nobody uses them now? Or is this something you think is here to stay? Or option 3, it's something that gets banned eventually by baseball?
I think it's here to stay to an extent. Do I think that every single player in the game is going to adopt it tomorrow? No, because clearly it hasn't happened already. And the bats have been around in limited numbers, at least, since 2023 at the Major League level. This has been an element of Major League Baseball now for the 3rd year. It just so happened that the Yankees took advantage in a big way with more of their guys using it, had some success. Interesting, in the game that I was at here in L.A. last night, Max Muncy was 0 for 3 with a torpedo bat, then switched back to his original model, hit a game-tying double, and then Ohtani walked him off. So I asked Michael Conforto yesterday, who's off to a good start with the Dodgers, hey, are you going to switch bats? He said, no, I've been using the same Chase Utley model bat since I was in Double-A, and I can't imagine I'd ever switch. Baseball players, as we may have heard, sources say they can be a little superstitious. And so you cannot just order, and Dave Roberts, we were talking to him about this yesterday, you can't just order a batch of torpedo bats, stock, and have them work. They are weighted and balanced and customized to you and your biometrics as a swing. It's like you're getting your golf clubs fitted. You almost need to get it done right. You've got to have someone come out and put all the electrodes on you and the biometric data of your swing and where it's weighted and optimized. I think it's a next logical step to a lot of the biomechanic things that we've already been seeing on the pitching side. And a lot of the pitch design, stride length, load, all these things you hear about in the biometric pitching community, this is hitting's answer to it. And so if we're talking about the game evolving, whether it's the pitching and the max effort, max velo, max stuff, if this gives the hitters a little bit more of an advantage back, okay, I'm all right with it. If every game was 25-20, I'd be reacting a little more strongly than I have. I mean, like we talked about, we still have seen some 1-0 games, a 3-2 game for the Mariners yesterday. I think if baseball looks at this thing and by the middle of the season, everything looks like the Blake Street Bombers of Colorado in the 1990s, and you're seeing games in Seattle that are 20-18 on a continual basis, I think we'll probably have a conversation. But if it looks mostly like normal baseball, I think we're going to still see these bats be legal, and teams like the Mariners will probably look at it. But at the end of the day, it's still way more to the hitter than it is to the equipment. And I suspect if you gave Morosi, Stelton, and Wyman the best bats I've ever seen created, we'd probably still hit like ourselves. And so I think that we're probably going to see similar production from similar players with normal variances thanks to the new bats.
You might struggle, John. I'm pretty sure Dave and I'd go out there and just rake. So I don't know.
I mean, you probably would. I mean, listen, order the Toto bats, have a good session with Edgar, and we're all launching the ball into the cantina every game. I like our chances.
John, we appreciate you as always, man. We look forward to the conversation next week. Have a great rest of your week, and looking forward to the next one.
You bet. I love our conversation every week, and I do appreciate that we were able to wait until the Tigers and Mariners were done playing. I was glad I said, when I saw the Mariners win a game against Scuba, I said, listen, I'm not going to get blamed for knocking them out of the playoffs like I was last September. So I feel like now we're all good, and may the season go forward.
Until their next series. Thanks, John.
That's right. All the best. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
There you go. Jon Morosi with us each and every week. If you guys missed any part of that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, Mariners still have an issue with the rotation that we're not certain what they're going to do, because Emerson Hancock got the start in place of George Kirby, who's obviously injured. And he went out there and just got lit up, and they sent him down to AAA. So what do? Do they bring him back? Are they going to Jonathan Diaz? I believe they just sent back down to AAA as well. I'll be curious to see what it is they do there. If they feel like they want to give a different young guy a shot, a Logan Evans. I don't know if they feel like he's ready for that or not. But kind of interesting to see if they're just getting them down there working on stuff in the case of Hancock, and maybe they call him back up, or what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I have fond memories of Jonathan Diaz. Remember, he got called up like a last-second deal, and he was actually okay. And I can't remember if they won that game or not. But yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe they piece something together. I don't know. But I can tell you this: you said something about you and I hitting a baseball with a torpedo bat. It wouldn't matter what I had. I would be striking out. I just talked to my buddy Brian Hill, who scored 2 touchdowns in the state championship, Worcester High. Get that mention in there. Him and I were sitting on the end of the bench in freshman baseball, and we both were having a conversation like, do you think if we went to Burger King, which is 3 blocks away right now, the coach would notice?
So you were crucial to the team, is what you were saying.
So no, was not. So, but no, it's kind of going back to the torpedo bat thing. It's kind of interesting because, like, I have this 5-wood in my golf bag that's from the 1990s, and it's got like this tiny little head. And every time I pull it out on the tee, people are like, "What? Why don't you get an adult-sized one?"
Right.
But it just works for me. Like I would say, for me, 7 out of 10 times I can find my ball.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't go that far, 200 maybe if I'm lucky, but I just know that I'm going to have a chance.
You got to feel for it.
Yeah, and and I feel like that. More than anything, I mean, just like JP said, the specs on the bat are all the same. There's a regulation on what it has to be. They just moved the mass of it. I think it's, again, I kind of compared it to the tush push. It's innovative. It's interesting, that they found a way around that, and it makes sense, right? But then that means less other places. So does that mean, I think, who was it that was saying maybe you'll see, I think it was El Hombre saying, maybe more inside jam shots, so they can't get the,
well, you would think
maybe the pitching would change a little bit.
Maybe, I would think. I mean, it depends. As he said, it's unique to each guy. So, I guess where the mass is going to be where that guy is typically hitting. The conversation started with Volpe from the Yankees because he was hitting everything off the label on a consistent basis. So they moved the mass to that part. Now, maybe if somebody else is hitting a little bit higher, they're going to move it just a little bit higher there, and it might be a little bit lower on this guy. I would think if it was brought down and you're jamming them inside, you would have a better shot of hitting a thicker part of the bat as opposed to the handle on a traditional bat. So I don't know if El Hombre had that one right. But, does it change the way guys are being pitched? I don't know. We'll find out. The thing is, everybody's got access to it. This isn't the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Cubs. They're all cheating. Everybody's got access to it. And according to Adam Jude in his article he wrote, the Mariners have placed an order to at least take a look at them, and we'll see guys probably using them in batting practice and seeing how they feel, and maybe we'll see them in games. It's not exclusive to any club. Everybody's got access. So, just want to give a quick roster moves. Jorge Polanco has been reinstated from the paternity list, so he's back. Leo Rivas was optioned to AAA Tacoma, and Jonathan Diaz optioned to AAA Tacoma. So just a couple of roster moves there. So Polanco is back, and I would assume you would see him in the lineup tomorrow in San Francisco. But I'll be interested to see what it is that they do with that spot, with Kirby's spot, because he's not ready to come back yet. I don't know what their feelings are about Hancock and all that, but seeing Castillo go out there and do what he did yesterday was big, because for two reasons. You took some heat off the bullpen that got blown up early with the Hancock start, and Castillo's not a guy who typically goes deep into a game. For him to go through 7 was a big deal. He's just, if you look at his game by game, it's just not often that he does that. He's a 5-6 inning guy. He's effective. He was effective in his first start. He wasn't by any means terrible in his first start, but this was just a decidedly better, he had more command. He was in trouble one time. He got his way out. He worked his way out of it. 5 hits, 2 earned runs. That's a quality start right there. 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, kept him in the game, and he gets the ground out to end the 7th inning, which was huge.
Castillo has been brilliant. Into the wind, the 2-2. Swung on, ground ball right to shortstop. JP has it, whips it across in time to get the out. Luis Castillo goes 1-2-3 here in the 7th. He was brilliant today against the Tigers. 7 innings of 2-run ball. Luis Castillo outduels Tarek Skubal through 7 and flashes the flex, the Castillo flex on the way to the dugout.
Yeah, I think he did that, and he was describing the 7th inning there. He did it in the 3rd inning as well. 1, 2, 3, 10 pitches. So, yeah, he looked really good. He's the Rock, as Dan said at the press conference afterwards. I'm curious to see with Jorge Polanco coming back. Obviously he's got a 400 average, 1 home run, 4 RBIs. We don't expect that, but yeah, he's looked good at the plate, and I'm curious what they're going to do at third base, because the defensive side was not great, but, he's always available, I guess, to be a DH.
I would look, I don't want to pull the plug on him too quickly at third, but there were concerns going into the season. Unfortunately, some of those concerns or fears were realized in a couple of plays that we saw very early. I would run him out there as your DH, and you could have Solano or Dylan Moore be your third baseman. Defensively, I just think we talked about this team not having slack. You're not in a position to make fielding errors or make mistakes or not make a routine play. You don't have that luxury. You're just not good enough. Your offense is not good enough to account for it if you end up giving up runs because you didn't make a routine play at third base or you booted a ball at third. So I would keep his bat in the lineup until he's not hot. So I would definitely make a concerted effort to get him out there as often as he's physically able to. But in terms of third base, I would say let Dylan Moore or Solano, or you platoon those two. I feel like you've got better options defensively there.
Perry Hill always talks about feet, right? It all starts with your feet, and that's the one thing. And I don't know if it's because of the injury. I mean, obviously it's not hurting Polanco at the plate, but it seems like that's what gets him in trouble. He's got kind of slow feet, and that's where the whole thing starts. So, yeah, I'd be comfortable with that right now. And it's nice to know that I didn't think that we would be thinking of Jorge Polanco as the DH, because we talked about how they haven't had a DH here for a long time, and so that's kind of refreshing.
Yeah, and look, if he's not able to be out there as often as you want, you still have Garver. You could run out there as a DH. I mean, hopefully he can get going. He's off to a slow start, but you've got options, and I just don't think you can hurt yourself defensively if you've got an option to be better there, because unless you had just a lineup full of mashers and we can overcome it, that's different. That's not who they are. All right, coming up, it's time to either gloat or put blame on the appropriate people for why we were wrong. We're going to revisit our Call It Now picks. That's coming your way next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Jon Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager Jon Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The Jon Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, they finally got it done in Las Vegas. The Raiders and Geno Smith have come to terms on a new 2-year, $75 million contract extension. This according to Adam Schefter. The contract has incentives that could push the total to $85.5 million and includes $66.5 million in guaranteed money. So he is now contractually tied to Las Vegas through the 2027 season. He had 1 year and $31 million left on the $75 million deal he signed with the Seahawks back in 2023. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys have found their backup for Dak Prescott. They landed Joe Milton III. Cowboys acquired Milton in a 2025 7th-round pick, which is number 217 overall, from the New England Patriots in exchange for a 2025 5th-round pick, number 171 overall.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up at 4 p.m., we've got the John Schneider Show. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. So make sure you stay tuned for that conversation coming up at 4 p.m. 5 p.m., it's the debut of the Raleigh Show, which will be happening every Thursday throughout the baseball season at 5 p.m., barring some sort of preemption from that Mariners team. We'll adjust, but that's what you can pencil in on your calendar moving forward. Meanwhile, we've been making predictions heading into different series and, about the outcome of the series, different aspects of the series where the Mariners call it now. Let's revisit what we did here. This is probably not going to end well for either one of us, because I think we both went into this with a level of optimism that just truly wasn't warranted, it turns out. The series record for the Tigers, this was our prediction.
I'm going to go scorched earth here, just 3-0.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
3-0 on this one. Why? Because this really was the series that they unexpectedly got beat last year. It was just like, what in the world is going on here?
So you're going 3.
So I'm going to say they're going to get some revenge there.
Some payback on that one?
Payback. There you go.
I hope you're right. I'm going 2-1.
Wrong-o.
Matt enjoys this.
He does. He loves that, and we were both wrong. They went 1-2, so we both whiffed on that one. Much like the Mariners' offense, a lot of times. The over under on runs scored 6.5 is the number we set. Over under 6.5 runs.
I'm going all in over, of course, and if it's under, not good.
Affirmative. Yeah, I'm gonna say. Matt's already put me in there for under, but
6.5.
I was just kind of assuming.
I don't have a ton of confidence.
Bob's a tough grader.
Yeah, but Bob, Dave said over.
So my natural inclination should be to go opposite.
I mean, yeah.
And that's what you get when you listen to Matt.
All right, I'm going to let Matt talk me into this, and I'll blame him if I'm wrong.
You can blame me. I don't care.
Matt.
See, that is actually the one pitfall. Normally you would think, well, don't do what Dave says.
Yeah.
But then really don't do what Matt says.
You're
in a bind there, Bob.
The guy who has open disdain for sports and just revels in the glory of not paying attention to any of it. I took his advice. I went, what did they score? 9 total, I think is what they did in the series. So, yeah.
Yet he wins every bracket and pool and whatever. So maybe I'll start doing that. Just not paying any attention to. Matt, you can send me a list of the shows that you watch.
I just assumed you weren't paying attention already.
All right, that's enough out of you.
All right, next one. Over under 2.5 home runs hit.
I am going to go over on that one as well.
Ooh, that's a bingo.
All in. I think it's just going to be a bloodbath.
Just a scoring bonanza. Pitching won't really account for much. It'll just be whoever has the last at bat is just going to mash. I'm going to take the under.
Not great, Bob.
Take the under.
You are a tough grader.
Somehow they outdid what I expected them to do offensively, yet still lost. So I think a lot of it, you put up 6 runs in a game you lost 9-6. Then you score 1 run on 1 hit in the second game, and then we saw what happened in the final game. So there you go. All right, missed on that one. And then the final one, over under 9.5 runs allowed.
Allowed? I'm going to go under on that.
Flat out wrong.
Yeah, superior pitching.
Well, they put up 12 runs against the rotation that people say if there's a better one than the Mariners, it's the Dodgers. They put up 12 runs on that rotation. You're starting with Emerson, so I'm gonna go over.
I'm sure Bob knows. He knows Paul.
So I got one right. They almost exceeded that total in the first game.
Yeah.
We put it at 9.5. They gave up 9 in the first game. So all right, got one right there. That was a poor display, and we'll have to we may have to do that heading into this Giants series. But there you go. There's the reminder of our predictions, and a really hardcore reminder to never follow the advice of one Matt Nelson when it comes to sports.
Mm-hmm. Not just sports. Don't follow my advice on anything. I can steer you right when it comes to like TV shows, but that's about it.
Excuse me. You get it right.
What?
Didn't I? Okay, well, maybe in the TV shows he's good, but movies, El Stinko. What do we got?
Again?
Glory Road or Thunder Road?
I'm just
or
stepping back and
let
letting Matt jump on in here.
Boy, there's something interesting. Some football guy said you should get to that now instead of this.
Super Troopers. Give me a break.
There's something interesting a football guy said. Oh my goodness. All right. I was thinking about this last night, and Jon Schneider, who we will talk to at 4 p.m., Jerry Dipoto, they both are taking their slings and arrows from their respective fan bases for different reasons. And there's with a segment of each fan base, there's a lack of belief. This isn't the right guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. Get him out of here. We see that with everybody. But just in the context of these two teams with these two guys, who do you feel it has more pressure on them? Is it Schneider or is it Dipoto?
Yeah, I think right now it's probably Schneider, because I don't know, Jerry always comes off as the guy who, like, well, my hands are tied.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas I mean, I feel like John's probably under a little bit more pressure, even though they won 10 games and they made the hiring Mike McDonald and then also the firing of Ryan Grubb, but you worked pretty quickly there. I thought he made, really good direct decisions, and we kind of talk about Mike McDonald having his influence on that, but yeah, I mean, they won 10 games. They almost made the playoffs that first year. Yeah, but I feel like it is John, just because Jerry Dipoto has always been kind of like, well, I mean, I'm doing what I can with what they're giving me.
Yeah, to me, this is a tough one because you're trying to gauge how ownership feels. When I talk about pressure from the fan base, Dipoto's under more pressure, decidedly more. I mean, come on, they've been to the playoffs one time in over 2 decades, and not that he's been here that entire time, but it's just their track record of futility, if you will, is much longer. The Seahawks were in the playoffs every year. They've won a Super Bowl. So I think with the fan base, I feel like John has more slack. He's definitely taken heat from fans specifically about the O-line. As far as ownership goes, it's hard to tell who's under more pressure. And you guys can text in on this, by the way, at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. If I'm just going on fan base, I'd say it's Dipoto. But you're right. He does have the kind of built-in excuse of, hey, man, I don't dictate the finances here. I'm given an allowance, and this is what I've got to work with, and I've got to tell you it's great. He's not going to sign somebody and go, well, he's not who we originally wanted, but we hope he's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not going to do that. They're going to be excited about whoever they bring in. So to me, that's a tough one. Schneider's certainly under pressure with this O-line because much like the Mariners, and we've done this comparison before, it's like the Mariners offense where it feels like it's the same problem every year that we're talking about. The O-line, the Mariners offense, each year where they do little things here and there, and the results are still the same for whatever reason. So it's a consistent theme with each one, but I lean a bit more toward Dipoto just based on fan reaction to him and their lack of postseason appearances, just the lack of overall success, whereas John's had a ton of success.
Yeah, that's I think the big difference there, and especially if you're talking about fan base. I mean, you've got a track record here of 10 out of 15 years that John's been here. Mm-hmm. They've been to the playoffs, including winning a Super Bowl. So, and going to another one, and then all those times making the playoffs, and again, yeah, I mean, they're playing 17 games, and it's they won 10 double digits. I still think is a big deal, but.
It marked a 1-game improvement from the previous year.
Yeah. So I mean, it should be more on Dipoto, but I feel like it isn't, like you just said.
If John feels pressure, he doesn't show it. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I feel like Jerry shows it. I think it comes out in some of his comments. I think some of his reaction to the reaction of his comments tells me he's feeling the pressure, where John just seems sort of oblivious, like, well, because he's not on social media. We'll tell him, people are complaining about this, that, or the other. He's like, really? Huh? He just seems sort of blissfully unaware, and that's a good spot to be in. So I think that helps him. But Daniel Jeremiah, who was on with Brock and Salk, explains, as it pertains to the O-line, just the massive inflation currently happening with free agent O-linemen.
Well, I think that's 100% part of it. I mean, you're trying to evaluate the whole. And the challenge is, in this particular year, is you had a combination of two things, which put some teams in a hard spot, which is you have one of the worst free agency years that we've seen. So there's not a ton of talent out there. And every team, because of the TV contracts, has oodles and oodles of bucks. So everybody has space, which means we are set up for drastic overpays. So if you look at free agency from a traditional value standpoint, you're like, look what Banks got. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we're not paying him that. Like, that's insane. But when there's so many teams with so much money and such a dearth of talent, you're going to get massive overpays. And so if you're not comfortable grossly overpaying, you're not getting anybody in this offseason.
Even if you've got oodles of money. Oodles. I'd like to have oodles and oodles of money. That'd be great.
Well, I mean, I think that's one of John's goals, too, is that he doesn't want to fall into that just because there's just as he said, a dearth of talent in offensive line play just in general. You don't want to be one of those guys that's trying to go and chase offensive linemen that aren't worth the money that you're offering them. So, and I think that, I mean, I think that's probably the main reason, or one of the reasons, and maybe it caused a little bit more urgency of doing, the changeover with the offensive coaches, because look, let's try to address this another way. I think in John's mind, the offensive line market is what it is, and it's not good. So they're not going to try to go and chase, whoever's the hottest offensive line and pay them money for somebody that's more like it's Walter Jones money chasing,
guys,
whoever,
just guys,
just a guy. Yeah. So, and I think that's definitely something that he shares with the owner, and like, hey, we're not going to do that, and that's why. So, I mean, yeah, as far as the fan base goes, I'm sure there's lots of pressure about the offensive line thing, but I'm sure that he's got to do a sales job and kind of convince Jody Allen that, look, we can't do this. We can't enter into this market where we're trying to outbid other teams to go get the best free agent offensive lineman, and he's not good. He doesn't have a rating that demands that kind of money.
Well, and he's also got a different limit. We talk about the limits put on Jerry Dipoto by ownership. John's got limits by the salary cap.
Right.
And every other team functions under that same limit. So he can't just go crazy like the Mets and Yankees and Dodgers and just buy all these great players and hey, they're the have and the have-nots. No, they're the same as everybody else. They've got a limit they can spend up to, and it's up to you to figure out where that money's going to get spent. This one I thought was a tough one to answer, and it'll be interesting. It's almost not fair because there's so many more players on a football roster than a baseball roster, certainly. But which team, when you look at them, you feel like they've got the better young core? When you look at the core of the team moving in, you expect these are the guys that they're building around and moving forward with. Who's got the better core?
Yeah, I think it's the Mariners because of the pitching and all the young guys that are coming up. And yeah, I mean, I think they've done a great job with their farm system. And and I'm not saying that the Seahawks haven't done a good job with their draft, but you had, like, as far as like superstars, Devin Witherspoon, really hit JSN. I mean, those guys are both first rounders, but I think Boye Mafe, is a really good young prospect. But man, you look at what the Mariners have done, especially with those 4 pitchers, because Castillo wasn't homegrown, but yeah, those 4 young guys, it's amazing.
You throw in Cal, throw in Julio.
Yeah.
And again, the numbers are not fair. There's so many more football players, but you look at the core.
Yeah, but if you look at a percentage basis.
Yeah. Seahawks, you go JSN and Devin Witherspoon, of course. Who else would you throw in that group? Is there, like, their bright young core? Charles Cross, we expect he'll get another deal, right?
Yeah. I mentioned Boye.
Ernest Jones, I mean, you didn't draft him. He's still a young guy.
Yeah, the 2 running backs, Charbonnet and Walker, and
Walker, we're going. He's got a year to prove it. Right. Maybe is he part of the core moving forward? We don't know. Tyrese Knight. Maybe Murphy. I mean, it wasn't a spectacular rookie season for him. We'll see what he turns into, but he's part of that young core. I was having a hard. I agree with you. I think it's the Mariners. I think the Mariners have a better young core moving forward. It was. For the Seahawks, for me, it was harder to figure out, all right, the 2 obvious were Devin and JSN.
Yeah.
They're the obvious. Okay, that's the other ones you're kind of going, well, yeah, it could be him, could be the running backs, but we don't know. K9 might be gone after this year. Charbonnet could follow suit. I mean, I don't know. They're not the obvious players that JSN and Witherspoon are. Charles Cross, to a lesser extent, I think he's very good. I don't know that he's elite. I think he's very good, and I think they're going to want to keep him, certainly with everything we just talked about, the dearth of talent with O-linemen. Mafe, is he a superstar? No, but could he be? He might. He's got the potential.
Yeah, you know what? Just a little side note here, since we're talking about the running backs. Kenny McIntosh, if he doesn't get a bunch of carries, or they don't trade him, maybe there's nowhere for him to fit in. But this will be the 3rd. I mean, you've got Pete, then you've got Mike with Grubb, and now you've got another. And we're always like, well, maybe Pete didn't like him that first year, but then the second year he didn't get that much. And there's been a lot of talk about Kenny McIntosh and how good he is, and why isn't he getting more carries and more reps and things like that.
And we saw it. I mean, we had a couple of plays where you're going,
he looked pretty good.
Look at him.
Yeah, but if he's not getting the carries by this time, or like I said, maybe they just figure out, hey, we've got 3 guys here that are really good, because it's probably tough for him to break in. He was a later round draft choice, and you got 2 second rounders there. But I think that will be interesting. Just thinking of young guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when you look at what the Mariners have done with their rotation, I mean, it's just everybody is raving about it, and we've had references to Cy Young Award winners, for almost every one of them.
Yeah, you got players on this team that people in the game are talking about being amongst the best in the game. Outside of Devin and JSN, I don't know that anybody's saying that about any Seahawks player.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if we're being fair, it's not a knock on them. Again, so many more players on each roster, but is there anybody else on this team that people are putting amongst the elite at their position?
Yeah. And yet, I think that if you asked most fans, they would say that the Seahawks have a better chance of making the playoffs than.
Well, that was the next question. That was the next one. So again, you guys text in. I'll be curious to see some of the responses. Which of these two teams, Seahawks or Mariners, has a better young core? Text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. And then you can answer this question that Dave just threw out there. Which team makes the playoffs first? Is it going to be the Seahawks? Because they both missed by just a smidge, by just a game. We looked at, as down as we feel about the Mariners, they missed it by one game, and they've done that repeatedly. And the Seahawks were right there. They improved by one win, double-digit win team. So they're on the precipice, knocking on the door. Which of these two teams makes the playoffs first? Because the Seahawks, we have no idea what Darnold's going to look like. He might be awesome. He might be last year's version, or he could revert back. We have no clue what to expect from him. At least I don't.
And he's the most important position on the team.
With two new receivers out there in Cooper Kupp and MVS, we don't know what that's going to look like.
Well, look, I'm hoping obviously that the Seahawks make the playoffs, but I think the answer is the Mariners, and that's because their opportunity comes before the Seahawks.
Yeah,
right. But yeah, no,
they'll still be playing when the Seahawks season starts.
Yeah, I still believe in this team that this is a playoff team, the Mariners. So the pitching is just too good. And it just seems like this Polanco thing is really interesting to me. Him and Victor Robles are the two that I'm like, wow, they've really actually. I mean, I think Robles is what they said he was going to be, or what his numbers kind of looked like. And then, with Polanco hitting, I mean, it was that way in spring as well. He had a good spring. So, I feel pretty good about that. And that the pitching again is just, it's too good. I mean, it was ridiculous during spring where I don't know if anybody said anything about Wu being a possible Cy Young winner, but I do believe Bryce Miller was mentioned.
Yeah.
And of course, Gilbert, and of course, Castillo and Kirby. We'll see when Kirby gets back how he is. But I mean, that's too, I mean, I understand it's just a bunch of media pundits making a prediction, but one of them was Ryan Dempster, who pitched in Major League Baseball for 16 years.
360 says Mariners have no hitting. It's the Seahawks have a better chance. Get real. Somebody else said, don't forget the Kraken. We didn't. Derek Hall as well, I would say. Yeah, he's. Yeah. You got guys that have potential, but are you looking at this guy as this guy's one of the pillars moving forward? Like the way I mean, it's obviously it's easy to say Cal and Julio because they committed to him with these long-term contracts, so they are pillars moving forward, and you hope the rotation follows suit. But it's somebody said Leonard Williams. He's not young. He's certainly part of the core now and for the next year or two. But he's not 22. He's not 23. He's an older player. This is not about his talent. This is just about who are they building around? Who are going to be the young guys that we're going to see part of this for years to come? And yeah, he's just age-wise just doesn't fit that.
He's got a young, as far as his career goes, the way he has played. I mean, he's stayed healthy. He's been in the league a long time. I mean, anytime you make it over 6 or 7, that's pretty good. But yeah, what is he, 30? He's 30 years old, played 10 years. So, but anyway, it's funny. I take Cal kind of for granted. Like, yeah, he's definitely one of those guys that are just so important and so good to have. But Julio, I heard on Bump and Stacy today, they were, they're reading some of the texts, and people were like, Julio is not a superstar. He's just not,
he's not consistent. He's shown he can be at times, but I don't know that they're that far off when they say that. And then somebody just said, Witherspoon, you morons. We said Witherspoon repeatedly. I'm not sure what that was in
I
regards
think it
to.
was the first one.
Yeah, I mean, those were, we said he along with JSN are the two obvious answers, but maybe you just tuned in to miss that part. I don't know. All right, you guys can continue to text in on that. Who's got the better young core moving forward? Young guy, young core moving forward. Guys you're building around. Seahawks or Mariners, and who makes the playoffs first? Seahawks or Mariners. We'll get into some more of those responses. Also, we've got details on a deal we've been waiting to hear about for weeks. That is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Homeowners, do you ever get out there on your roof for any reason whatsoever? I can tell you I don't. I've never been on my roof, don't plan on getting up there. Thus, I have no idea what's happening up there based on the weather that we've experienced, the rain, the snow, the trees around me. The roof is a very important, expensive part of your home. So I wanted to get it checked out. I called Asset Roofing. I had them do it a little over a year ago. They came out and did an inspection and circled some areas, took some pictures, and said, let's keep an eye on these spots. So I wanted to get an update. What's happening there? So they came back out. Communication could not have been better. Got back up on the roof, took pictures, gave me a very detailed report afterwards with the pictures. Here's our recommendation. Here's what we did. Some moss removal, unclog this downspout, and here's what we should keep an eye on moving forward. And it just gave me peace of mind knowing I was attacking problems before they became big problems and before they became big, expensive problems, more importantly. So if you're like me and you don't get on the roof, you don't know what's going on up there, but you know how crucial it is, get Asset Roofing out there to do a quick inspection. They're the best in the business, and they are the opposite of the bad contractor that people typically interact with. They follow through on what they say. They get there when they say they're going to get there. They charge you what they say they're going to charge you. They're not trying to upsell you. It's just the opposite experience in a very, very good way. They've been doing it for over 2 decades. And on top of that, if you know what's going on up there and you need a repair or you need a new roof, Asset Roofing has got you covered. They've got you covered with metal roofs, everything in between. They are the best in the business. You either hire an asset or you're hiring a liability. Hire Asset Roofing. Go ahead to assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Washington State has the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation. If Olympia politicians raise taxes again, the cost of everything from groceries and gas to housing will go up even more. They've already doubled spending over 10 years, with little to show for it. Washington State needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Demand smarter state spending now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 4 p.m., the Jon Schneider Show. It happens every week here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, so stay tuned for that conversation. Lots of texts coming in on who's got the better young core between the Mariners or the Seahawks and who makes the playoffs first between those two teams. You guys can continue to text in on that. Try to get to some of those responses coming up. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Just hitting on a couple of stories that are going on, the biggest of which certainly out here is that the Raiders, we finally got numbers. We've been sitting here wondering, when are they going to get a deal done? Why is it taking so long? What is going on with the Raiders and Geno Smith? We finally have numbers. He's got a deal, a 2-year extension, $75 million, can be pushed up to $85.5 million if he reaches incentives. Not sure what those incentives are yet, but can get to 85.5. 66.5 is guaranteed. So, again, if we go off what we saw from Bob Condotta, about 2 weeks ago, I think, he tweeted it out that his sources were telling him the Seahawks had made an offer of 2 years in the neighborhood of 40 to 45 per year. Yeah. We don't know what the guaranteed numbers were, any of those, incentives or anything like that. You just know that it was 40 to 45 per year for 2 years. And so just looking at it on the surface, now I've got people texting, somebody saying, well, John wasn't going to do that. That's why he left. I'm like, well, how do you know? We don't know what John offered. We don't know what the Seahawks offered. They could have offered more guaranteed money for all we know. None of us.
Yeah.
The one thing I know is that guy doesn't know. That I know for sure. You're guessing. That's your feeling. That's what you think. But maybe Geno just, I don't know, that to me, just on the surface, looking at what Bob tweeted, and I believe Bob, he's a very credible source. I guess for whatever reason, Geno just didn't want to be here.
Yeah, and turns out kind of the same thing with DK as well. So, and does that indicate anything about Mike McDonald and Schneider having the last say or anything like that? I don't know. I think for Gino, it's more of a Pete thing. I think he's like, hey, this guy believed in me, and maybe there was just something that that Gino just didn't like. Again, we talked about this at the open of the show. That talking to people, because again, we don't really know Gino. Never shook his hand, never talked to him one-on-one ever. He always kind of kept to himself, and so don't really know what kind of a guy he is. But just from what I've heard, he is super, super competitive. Now, that also means that, you can sometimes be overly competitive, and I think it helps you as a player, but it doesn't necessarily help you as far as your contract goes. I think there's some emotion involved there.
And maybe some pride. We saw it with Jaron Reed.
Yeah, pride, exactly. I mean, that's exactly what happened. That could not have been clearer. And I don't want to rip Jay Reed, because I love Jaron Reed. I think he's so necessary for this team, and he's a great leader. And I heard somebody say, you got to have some goons on the team. You just have to. And I can kind of relate to that. I suppose I was more goon than anything else. But he clearly, they wanted to give him his money up front. We're going to pay you this amount of money.
$9 million.
Yeah, and you can have it right now. And he's like, nope, I wanted to do a deal. But he's back. And, I don't know if he recognized the error of his ways or what, but he's okay with Schneider because he's back here.
Yeah, and he just re-signed. They just re-signed him in the offseason. So that's if there were hard feelings on any level, those have been smoothed out. But I just don't ever expect an athlete ever to say, "Yep, I screwed that one up. I made a mistake."
Yeah.
Le'Veon Bell will still tell you he made the right decision when he turned down $14.5 million guaranteed and just flat out didn't make a penny. Didn't play. That was the better decision. And then ends up signing with the Jets, and then flames out. I mean, he'll tell you, no, that was a good choice. No, it was not. It just wasn't.
Well, maybe if he wanted to quit and I just didn't want to play anymore.
I guess.
But he, as you pointed out, took less money at probably a crappier organization.
Yeah. So I mean, Gino, looking at our guy Michael Giannitti from Spotrac tweeted out Geno Smith's 2-year, $75 million deal, 37.5-year annual extension with the Raiders makes him the 17th highest average paid quarterback in the league. So, and the $66.5 million that's guaranteed also ranks 17th, which, whether you love Gino or hate him, if you want to remove that, just look at his numbers objectively. He's not the 17th best quarterback. He's better than the 17th best quarterback in the league, but he's not being paid that way. So it's interesting what he went for, and I'd love to know the details of what why he felt compelled to leave. Not even, again, keep in mind, by John's own words, there was no counteroff. There was no anything. There was no response to their offer other than, we want to be traded. There was no, hey, John, we appreciate the offer. Here's the ballpark we're looking at. This is what we feel we're worth here. And then, typically you kind of go back and forth and you meet in the middle eventually. But there was no counteroffer. There was no call. There was no nothing.
There was no fourth. There was a back.
There was a back. There was no fourth. And the fourth was, we want to be traded.
Yeah. Well, and look, I think he's a Gino guy. Also, or I'm sorry, I think Gino was a Pete guy. I think that was, and look, we've seen this before. I think, I think Sam Darnold probably could have got more money somewhere else. I think it's the opportunity here and the, just the way it was structured and kind of a prove it deal. And I think that Clint Kubiak was a huge part of that. So, I mean, you could say he took less money, and I don't think for Gino, and at first I did. At first I thought it was a big money thing that they're disrespecting me with this. I always can't stand that. I never heard him say that for the record. But when people say, oh, they're disrespecting me, he just offered you $20 million or 25 or 30 or whatever it is. So, but I think more than anything, it was a Pete thing. That's where he wanted to be, and that's fine. I don't think it says anything bad about what's going on up here. It's just that Pete was the guy that believed in him. And when you're talking that much money, he's probably thinking, I'd rather go there and end my career. What do I want at the end of my career to look like? So I don't know. I've spent a lot of time thinking that he was being impetuous, and I think more than anything, it's that he's trying to decide, how do I want my career to end?
Yeah.
And part of it, Pete Carroll, I was just watching Carson Palmer, A Football Life on NFL Network, and there was a clip where him and Pete Carroll were having this conversation when he was with the Cardinals, and they're walking around, and Pete's just, oh, man, you've had such a great career and this and that. And like, Pete, he was like that to everybody.
Yeah.
And I just think I will miss that guy. And I saw him, I told you, I saw him on the plane coming back from spring training last year, and I was like, Pete, oh, man, it's so great to see you. I mean, he's just one of those guys. So I think Gino, that's what's going on there. That, he loves Pete, and who doesn't? And I think it was just how he wanted his career to end.
All right, coming up, a couple of teams are starting to stand out in the American League. We'll talk about what it means for this Mariners squad. That is coming up next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Jon Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager Jon Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The Jon Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Jon Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Tons of people weighing in on our questions we threw out there earlier between comparing the Mariners and Seahawks, which, again, on the surface isn't fair when you're talking about. The question was, who's got the better young core? Obviously, there's a ton more players on a football roster than a baseball roster, but I think most people believe the Mariners have the better young core, but most of the texters, I would say, believe the Seahawks will get to the playoffs first. Mm-hmm. So, and I tend to fall in line with them, by the way. I think the Seahawks get there first.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be the Mariners. Just because
I want you to be right. I would be much happier. Maybe I'm spoiled. Maybe it's just baseball is my favorite sport with MMA, and NFL's like right there. But it's just the lack of success with baseball. That one playoff run was so magical and fun and emotional, and then that's all we've had. Whereas Seahawks, we just got kind of accustomed. All right, what are they going to do in the playoffs this year? It was not.
Yeah.
Are they going to get there? It's what are they going to do when they get there?
Yeah, and we're a little spoiled, right?
Yeah.
And even posing that question because, for Jerry and Justin, I guess, it's been one time in 20 years or 22 years.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, a little bit spoiled and a little bit more expectations just because this franchise has always been good. But we'll talk to the guy at 4:00 that's been pretty important for this franchise, and I think that it's kind of interesting. I mean, the whole offensive line thing. I don't want to say I think it's blown up, but they did still win 10 games, and Geno still did have 70% completion percentage, and so yeah, I mean it's definitely a weak point, no question about it, but. how is that is that a fair comparison? We talked about the Seahawks not being able to find the right offensive lineman, and the Mariners trying to find some sort of offense that's not in the bottom, third of Major League Baseball.
I think it's fair in that they're both areas each franchise has struggled with for years.
Mm-hmm.
We can go back to Russ's days. They had problems. But the biggest difference between the two is the Seahawks found a way around it. They found a way to win in spite of it. They found a way to win a Super Bowl and get back to a Super Bowl and get to the playoffs every single year in spite of what they didn't have up front. The Mariners have not been able to win in spite of. Yeah, they've had. You want to hop on it? Well, they've had a winning record. Okay, well that's fun. It's playoffs, man. You've got to get to the you got to at least give us a chance to believe you can get to the promised land, which is the World Series, and they have not. They're the only team in baseball that's never even been there, and they haven't been to the playoffs, but that one time in 22. So one team has found a way to overcome their shortcomings or the lack of quality O linemen. It has not hindered their ability to get to the promised land and win ultimately, whereas the Mariners, it has. They've not been able to find a way around it, even with maybe the best pitching in all of baseball, maybe second best to the Dodgers. We'll see. But even with that, they've not been able to get it done. So
I'm just looking at the Super Bowl 48 offensive lineup. You had Russell Okung.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you felt about James Carpenter, but Max Unger, I think, is one of those guys that people think, probably the best center that in franchise. Robbie Tobeck would be up there. Definitely.
The best line was Big Walt, Hutch, and Tobeck,
but then you had J.R. Sweezy, you had Bruno Giacomoli, Breno Giacomini. So little shout out to the professor there. But not too bad. Not too bad as far as I think when we complained about that team, it was like your complaint is probably like not even brought up on other teams because they were so good, and especially defensively.
Yeah, and you just look at the years after that each year who was on that line and who were some of the faces on there. It wasn't great, but they found ways to do it. That's what good teams do. You find a way to get beyond your shortcomings, and that's what the Seahawks did. Unfortunately,
Mariners haven't been able to
do that to this point.
So
far. Hopefully this will be the year. Maybe this will be the year and you'll be right and they'll get to the playoffs. But I really want that to be true. Meanwhile, other things going around the world of Major League Baseball. The Rangers, who were they playing? Was it the Reds, Lefko?
Yeah.
Was it Cincinnati? Yeah. So
despite
the Reds.
Ellie De La Cruz's torpedo bat. They
Yeah.
to shut him down
I was just going to say. Yeah. Two 1-0 wins. 2 shutouts. And, Ellie De La Cruz had that one game where he was 5 for 7 or something crazy like that, couple home runs, and the torpedo bat was in the headlines again, and it looked like they were just going to mash everything. And then Nathan Eovaldi throws a complete game shutout, and then you got 5 scoreless innings from Jack Leiter yesterday. So 2 1-0 games, despite the presence of torpedo bats.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I can't. To me, I don't know that it necessarily is going to make a difference, but I think just confidence. I mean, if, like I was talking about with my stupid 5-wood, that is the ugliest looking club ever, but for whatever reason, I have an attachment to that, and it works. Like I said, it doesn't go very far, but 7 out of 10 times. I think it's going to be more about that like, oh, this bat just feels good for whatever reason, because there's a lot of superstition, and then also, you know how players feel about their gloves and things like that. They get attached, and I think it'll be more psychological than anything.
Yeah, I was looking at this other deal that came through. The Red Sox signed their rookie Christian Campbell to an 8-year, $60 million deal. He's played 7 games at the big league level.
Wow!
So they went with a sort of an Evan White type of approach, a Jared Kelnick type of approach, where they identify who they think is going to be part of the core moving forward, and we want to lock him up before arbitration, and it gets expensive, and he turns into a superstar. Let's take that, because it's a huge gamble, and that would be an interesting spot to be in as a player. Like, all right, do I take this life-changing, $60 million. You're going to get every penny of it. This is not a football deal. This is you sign for 60, you're getting 60. So that's guaranteed, whether he flames out completely or turns into a superstar who 4 or 5 years from now we're going, what a bargain. What a bargain.
Yeah, maybe. I'm glad you brought up the Evan White contract. 6 years, $24 million. So he gets $4 million a year, and it's all guaranteed.
Yep.
Not sure where Evan White is right now.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if he's in another team's organization or if he's not playing. But I remember when he took that deal, and people were like, "What? How dumb! You don't bet on yourself. You can make 3 times that, and blah blah blah." And then Kelnick apparently was offered something similar. I don't know financially, what the numbers were, but they wanted to, get to him early and lock him up, and he turned it down. And I'm wondering if he's regretting that now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know where Evan White is.
Well, and I don't really see that he's with anybody right now. But, it says Mariners 2020 to 21. That's it. No other teams. $24 million guaranteed.
Good move
nice
by
job,
him.
Kid.
Good move by him. All right, coming up only 3 weeks until the first round of the NFL draft. We're going to catch up with John Schneider, talking about the Seahawks draft preparations and everything else leading up to that. He's going to join us next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Jon Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Rowland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds. My only regret is not starting sooner.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, and outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals are making Trey McBride the highest-paid tight end in NFL history. He agreed to a 4-year extension worth $76 million with $43 million guaranteed. And he gets an annual average of $19 million in the deal. It's the highest ever for an NFL tight end. Travis Kelce previously held the highest average per year for a tight end at $17.125 million per the roster management system. But there's a new sheriff in town. Meanwhile, Las Vegas Raiders and Geno Smith have agreed to a new 2-year, $75 million contract extension. The contract has incentives that could push the total to $85.5 million, includes $66.5 million in guaranteed money. Smith is now contractually tied to Las Vegas through the 2027 season. He had 1 year and $31 million left on the $75 million deal he signed with the Seahawks back in 2023.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob. Every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, Jon Schneider. Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
It is that time, everybody. Each and every week, we come out here, do the show live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and we're joined by the President of Football Operations and General Manager of your Seattle Seahawks, Jon Schneider, joining us for the aptly named Jon Schneider Show. How are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
What the heck are you drinking there? What is that? It looks like
yeah.
looks
So
like it's good for you.
you know, 6.5-hour flight last night. So yeah, some vitamin C, some
it's just a very
some
dark,
greens,
dark
you know,
green.
some electrolytes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Long flight.
You know when it's that color, it's got to be healthy.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. You know,
Looks terrible.
It's definitely not green beer, I promise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? The countdown is on. We are about 3 weeks from opening night of the draft, and you'll be with us that on that night. But
which is going to be an exciting show.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
You're going to tell us who you're going to pick, obviously.
There'll be some sort of hint, right? We did it. Yeah.
You said you gave it.
I forget it last year. I don't think so. I think. Yeah, I don't think so.
If you did, it was the most vague hint ever.
We missed it, which it shouldn't shock you, but it went right over our head.
Don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short, Judge.
What's how many versions of your
mock drafts
of your draft board of your going in? Here's our top 10 players. How often? How many times does that change up to draft?
Yeah. So this weekend, starting tomorrow, we'll go 1 through 3, back across. We've been 4 through 7 now with the guys that are here. So Nolan, Matt Berry, Trent Kirshner, Willie, anybody that's in the office. The guys are out scouting, doing their things, kind of getting all the pro day info, spending more time with the players and everything. So this is basically our third swipe through it, and we basically go 4th round down, and just kind of we're just almost like we don't really have a starting point. Let's just start with these guys. We don't know anything about them. Let's let it rip. And then we just go through it like that. So before the owners meeting, we got through, 4 through 7. Now we'll go 1 through 3. And, it'll take us, I think it'll take us into Sunday evening. And probably should be able to get through that, but that's 3. And then, 4 will be when the scouts come back in. 5 would be, with the coaches. And then 6 would be just Mike and myself.
Yeah, you're vaguely aware that there are mock drafts, right? That everybody has.
Yeah.
And they change.
You've heard of those?
Things like that. But every once in a while.
5.7. Mock draft 5.7? No, I'm kidding. That they say mock draft. I don't know if you.
Yeah, 2.0.
Yeah, 2.0.
Yeah. But for you guys, what would make a guy drop? Or rise up? Because I was listening at the kid McMillan, the receiver from Arizona. I think he made some comment that I don't watch football or something like that. I mean, and I don't know if that dropped him or whatever, but it was just something that, happens in between now and the draft. What would be for you? What would be something that would make either a guy?
Yeah, you have to be careful over-evaluating, especially at this time of the year.
Overthinking it.
We have so much information now, but what would make a guy drop is a medical off the field, some sort of off the field issue that we're not quite settled on. Guys, any interviews, Zoom interviews that our coaches are doing with players now or with the scouts still that. There's just something that might be a little off that we're not totally comfortable with, that we need to spend even more time with that player, with that prospect. Really, the 40 times and all that kind of stuff like that there's been so much more information now with all the GPS tracking that, it's really more of a tell on, preparation and how important it is to the skill players than it is, just flat out time. Okay, because you can see these guys running I was almost going to mention names again, but you can see this guy ran such and such, but we have GPS times of him with helmet, shoulder pads, and football in his hands running 21.7 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour, and so. And Patrick and his group do a great job of, he's in the top 3, and this is what the category where he was running. And so there's just so much information. I would say at this time of the year, you just have to be very careful to over-evaluate the player. And there's also a lot of information in right, wrong, or different. It's awesome because it's entertainment, but there's just so much it's cool, but you got to be careful of listening to outside noise too. There's just so much information out there. There's so many different opinions, and people bringing up certain issues with players that may or not be true.
Well, and you just hit on what I was going to ask you, and that's how much stock do you put into what you hear about? Well, we heard an anonymous GM say this guy didn't interview well, or this guy said this, or this guy. It gets floated out there because maybe that team doesn't want anybody to pick them, so they float. You would certainly never do anything like that.
No.
But do you have your guys that you trust? All right, if this guy says it, I believe it, or if this guy says it, I believe it. Versus anonymous GM says this guy didn't interview well. Do you depending on who puts it out there, sure. But it's an alert for us to say, okay, well let's go back because we had a great interview with the player, so let's go back and interview him again. Let's spend more time with him. Let's have our coaches spend more time with him.
yeah, it's just more of an alert than it is like, okay, well, we're just gonna listen to that and blow the player off because of it.
Have you ever floated anything out there to dissuade another team from picking a guy you wanted?
No, we did have Kajana Carter in our room when I was at the Packers, though, and he had to get to this dinner, and he was late, but he wasn't done filling out our interview sheet. We're like, hey, buddy, sorry, you're gonna fill this out, otherwise, our boss is gonna be on us, man. We he's like, well, you guys are picking 24, like. What are we doing here? Come on,
You
and
got
we're
no
like,
shot at me.
and we're like, yeah, but nobody knows that you have a cocaine issue yet, And he's like, you guys are jacked up, man. You guys like, I'm out of here. You guys are crazy. We're just messing with him, obviously.
Right.
But he's a great person. Was able to spend time with him. We were at the Redskins. He came back, but no, not floating stuff out there like bad like that. But it's fun being down at the owners' meeting and like hanging out with, your contemporaries and people you trust and people you don't really know that well, and being like, seeing what I'm fishing for, what they're fishing for, kind of laying the groundwork.
Right. Are you pretty familiar with? I'm sure you know some guys way better than others, but as far as all the GMs, are you pretty connected with?
Yeah, I've made an effort. I've made an effort with some of the younger guys, especially this last time that I don't know real well. Sat down, had a cup of coffee with the new GM with Jacksonville. I just don't, I didn't know him, so wanted to, he was just sitting there by himself having a coffee. So Tracy and I sat down and got to know him a little bit and talked to him, and some of the other guys that are, first, second, third year that I'm just not. You just want to get to know them, and so when you're talking to them, you have a feel for what's shaking.
Yeah.
Hey, so what goes on at the owners' meetings? What's the agenda for you out there?
Yeah. It's the first day is basically like a recap of some of the committees that I'm on that we attend during the first 2 days of the combine. So that part's pretty repetitive, but the main one with the owners is in the head coaches is pretty fun. It's pretty intense this year with the tush push, and we tabled Detroit and Green Bay's. Proposals that would take away the tush push, and then the other one was just have like the seating.
Tell me you're not one of the 16 in support of that.
No, I was actually. It was funny. I don't get up and speak at these things, and it was kind of quiet, and it was like, anybody want to talk on this? And I was like, yes, like yeah, I'm all about this. Like I'm very passionate about it because it's such a fan thing for me, because only one team wins the Super Bowl, right? But like you win a division, and like. Whether you're 7-9, which happened to us, right? But like, it's a big deal, and so I was all confident, and I got up there, and I also like the commissioner's looking right at me, and Jerry Jones is looking right at me, and Jody's sitting right in front of me, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what to do with my hands right now. Yeah, like here comes the panic moment.
Wait, you guys are listening to me?
Mom, help! Yeah, no. So no, I'm just passionate about it, and was able to talk on.
On the tush push you're talking about?
No, the seating in Detroit.
That's what I was talking about. Tell me you're not one of the 16 that's supporting banning the tush push.
No, we did not support that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a very soft mentality, because there's nothing there. There's no.
I'm with you. I'm with you. But the more people present on the medical side of it, it's there's some things in there that are pretty vague. So that's why it was tabled.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no as far as we've seen, there's no numbers attached to all of these injuries coming as a result of this play versus a ball being run up the middle by a running back.
Right.
Well, how is this more dangerous?
Yeah, it was great, and it was fun sitting with Jody, because it's not as clear as the hip drop has been. So like last year they're going through the hip drop stuff, and the videos are awful. I know it's a hard play to tackle and there was only one penalty. Before he comes across the table, right? Like, whoa, slow down there, big fella. But like, it's the medical portion wasn't as clear on this, and with Jody sitting there and watching the videos of the guys, looks like they're going to break their ankle, right, and falling on the back of their legs and everything, compared to this, but the discussion was pretty intense, so it's fun. Like, she's like, well, how's this going to go? Like, what do you think? I'm like, I have no idea. I think it's going to be really tight, right? And then, just listening to other people. There was a lot of like really interesting opinions both ways. So then after that meeting, there's owners 1-on-1, right? So then after that, we're pretty much they kind of kick the common folk out, you know.
The common unwashed, get out of here.
Yeah, beat it. Yeah. So, but not a bad place that should be kicked out of for the afternoon, right? So yeah, we all. But that's when you kind of go sit down with some of your friends and contemporaries and talk about different scenarios and where they're at in the draft or who they may be trying to move, and that's the most fun part of it.
Have you heard from Mike about what he would do to stop the tush push? I mean, because that's the next thing, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's very innovative. It's cool. You got the advantage of the snap count, but like, what kind of things are that's what I'm interested in.
Yeah.
Is how do they defend it?
Yeah. Well, Pete brought in the rugby. I'm sorry, I apologize. I can't remember the rugby coach's name right now, but our rugby coach. He came and spent time with our staff here. And these guys are always like trying to figure out, okay, what are the angles? How low can you get? All that kind of stuff. And that's one of the arguments, like, hey, this is just a rugby play. And so like it goes back and forth, right? So but yeah, people are always trying to figure that out. Some people are Green Bay actually has the proposal, and their tight end was very successful at it. And they brought their tight end in and they ran it, and they did a nice job.
Yeah, and then in reading the article, there were 2 teams that ran it more than 5 times: the Eagles and the Bills.
Yeah.
It's not a play that everybody's running. And nobody. Just as a fan, I'm not even attached to the play.
And then they get into talking about pushing and pulling and that sort of stuff too. And it's to me, it's like if you're not pushing or offensive linemen aren't finishing, that's not part of football, right? I know defensive guys don't like it, but part of a offensive line, we've talked about offensive linemen, their confidence in the way they play and where they can finish and they can attack. That's one of those ways. They gain confidence in themselves by running off the ball and getting downfield and finishing the play. And like, so when you talk about not doing that, I personally think you're taking away from a big portion of the game, and again, kind of hindering offensive line play.
Hey, one of the positions that we talk about a lot is tight end. And and you got a pretty good one with AJ Barner. I mean, I really liked his rookie year. I thought he did a great job. But I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Like, they're not the fastest, and I don't know if it's their size or whatever. But just the way that a really good tight end is utilized, I don't know. It's always been kind of mystifying to me because you have a guy that's, I guess, can beat a linebacker as far as his route running.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to put maybe more of a skilled coverage guy on him. But yeah, and then if you get one that can block, I mean, it's just kind of an interesting position.
Yeah.
That, when you look at those guys, it's like they don't look like they're that fast, but if you get the right guy, it's kind of interesting.
Coming out of college, I didn't really know, besides the run game, what tight ends did. And so being around when I was interning with the Packers those first 2 years, Andy Reid was a tight ends coach, and he taught me so much about tight end play, passing game, short to middle area of the field, and getting your shoulders around, presenting a quick target. And we had Mark Chmura and Keith Jackson at the time, and they're both, especially Mark, because he was like a calming factor for Brett. Brett was such an intense dude. It took a minute for him to slow down, so he was like, why stick? Just 3 yards, get your shoulder around, just let him dump the ball off, get some completions. To kind of like, all right, just chill out a little bit, bud. Like kind of now how you see a little swing screen, like, okay, let's get the guy to calm down a little bit, the quarterback in a good spot. But yeah, AJ's been great. Noah did a nice job in the run game last year for us, and how explosive he is, right? But it was really cool to see AJ's progress, and then Parkinson, Freudian slip.
Yeah,
I love Colby, great guy.
Yeah, he is.
Decided to go home, I guess. Jeez,
yeah.
But
he wants to go home.
Yeah, but and just being like guys like that, being able to have present, and that's what Colby is, right? That 6'6", 6'7", instant target.
Why do you think the tight end, just historically, even before you were part of the organization here, has just never been a big part of the offense in the way that we see it with Kelsey and with Kittle and those guys? When the Seahawks, you guys are doing your 50th anniversary, and we're all voting on the greatest at each position, and fans are voting. Jimmy Graham is the all-time leader in terms of statistics as a tight end for the Seattle Seahawks. Which
I thought that was an awful trade. I thought that was
that's what
was bad.
Well, I think that
I was in the impression that was bad, Dave.
Well,
no. I don't know. I don't know why that is. I think it's just you're talking about Kelsey and
Kittle,
and
Mark Andrews.
These guys are rare. That's a rare talent. Coach Holmgren, it was very important to Coach Holmgren, obviously, and we had Atula Mealy and they drafted Jeremy Stevens after that. But I think it's just that position. There aren't a lot of guys that are like. It's very clear when they come along. Holy smokes, that guy's with Kyle Brady, the second or third player taken in the draft or something. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, this guy's a complete difference maker.
Is it that they're so much more talented, or
yes.
Or is it just that they're so much more focused in incorporating the tight end in that offense?
Yeah, our opinion would be that tight end group, whether you have a Y or the U or people call them the F or whatever, like the receiving tight end and the guy, the all around guy is that's not in the guy that can get down the field. That the talent level is not as diversified as you would think. It's not that spread out. These guys are all kind of clumped more together. It's like, okay, what do we want for our offense? Now, there's guys that come around like every year that are, I should say every year. I apologize, but those guys are very special at the position. But to find that all-around guy is very rare.
Yeah. What about fullback? Is that, was it half the teams, I think, have a fullback?
Yeah.
This Scattaboo kid from Arizona State, maybe it looks like he could be a fullback. A lot of times people use defensive linemen or a tight end or whatever. Do you, what do you make of that position kind of going away, or is it making a comeback?
I think it's making a comeback. Two backs, we don't get enough time, in college football or pro football. We've talked about this in the past. So, the fundamentals aren't great. So, when you're talking about preparing for a two-back offense, your run fits, that's a lot now. Everybody's just one back. They're preparing for that. So, to be able to, when Clint came in, I know Mike was, real fired up about, okay, we're gonna have a fullback in our offense. It's actually, a position we're working on right now in free agency as well as the draft. But that's something that we have to address here. But yeah, I mean, it's that guy, has to be a special teams player, because now you want three runners. Now you talk about who's active. Who's gonna be active? You can't have a fullback that can't move and go play on teams. Yeah, so that's I think it's a really important position. Max Strong was a darn good special teams player. Tony Richardson, I was around in Kansas City for a minute. We moved Corey Hall in Green Bay. He was a MAC defensive player of the decade, Mountain West. Defensive player of the decade is a Mike linebacker. We moved him to fullback because he could catch. He had really nice hands, and then we knew he was going to be a really good special teams player. Or John Kuhn, a 240-pound runner. Kind of like moved him like the guys in Denver did for a number of years in the wide zone. So, it's gonna be new for us, but we're excited about trying to figure it out.
Did you get any questions about the O-line when you were at the meetings?
I don't need any more questions. I think I just kind of bring it up. I kind of do it on my own. I was taught at a young age to address the elephant in the room right away. So
preemptive strike.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Hey,
just because you need a car doesn't mean you're gonna, buy a $100,000 Pinto.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us about what's going on with Ben's Fund.
Yes.
And
Ben's
room at the stadium, and just kind of what that's all about.
Yeah, I brought my notes. Cool, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we got back late last night, and Ben has our oldest son, Ben, he's 23 now, has autism, and Tracy in our group here, started Ben's Fund to help families that can't afford treatments for autism. And his art is up at the Balmer group today. So we ran up there about 1:00 and checked it out. Pretty cool, proud mom and dad to be able to see that stuff all around their offices and everything. Real modern place, real open, and really cool office
too, right?
Yeah, he did my office wall. Yeah.
Wall.
Yeah. It's cool. Thanks. Yeah. Wow. Good memory.
Not all of us have been allowed in your office, so I don't really know what that looks like.
Well,
But yeah, go ahead.
Keep it up over there, Bob. You'll be all right.
There was a strip search involved.
Was there?
We're back having the primetime event. It's like real exclusive. We're gonna have it down at the locker room, August 17th.
April 17th.
It's April, which is August is not Autism Awareness Month.
No, it's not.
Guys. It's April.
April comes before August.
Yes, thank you. I apologize.
That's why we have Dave down here.
Thanks, Dave. And so there's 30 tickets left for the public. It's gonna be real fun. A lot of cool stuff going on that night. Pretty intimate deal. There's gonna be just. I'm not sure if I'm not supposed to say it or not, but there's gonna be some real fun stuff happening, some cool events and cool items to auction off and everything. It's not like your normal charity event or your like an auction deal, but you can go to primetime2025.eventbrite.com and the password is Jon Schneider Show, which always sounds weird to say, but yeah, So thanks for bringing it up. But yeah, Tracy has raised over about $6 million now since we started this for families that can't afford treatments. It's pretty awesome. I'm very proud of her and the ladies and everybody in the building that helps here really spread the word. And so appreciate you guys putting on your show and everything.
Yeah. Give us before we let you get out of here. Give us the website one more time. You said there's 30 tickets left. I know you got to put the specs back on, but this will be worth it.
Yeah, I think she said there's about 30 tickets. It's primetime 2025.eventbrite.com, and the password is Jon Schneider Show.
There you go. 30 tickets left.
Yeah,
Snap them up.
So it's gonna be fun in the locker room. Eric Kennedy allowed us to have a dinner in the locker room. It's like hollow ground in there, right? So we're like, okay, thanks, EK, appreciate it, man.
That's very cool.
Yeah, we're excited about it, so appreciate it.
Well, John, we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Welcome back. Enjoy the rest of your green drink there. And we'll do this again next week.
Check the box. How many we got left?
Just 3?
3 more?
Sweet.
3 more.
Yeah.
Wow. No, I mean, it's good. I enjoy it.
Getting nervous.
Love the time together. It's cool.
Can't wait till you tell us who you're going to draft. And everything.
Be fantastic.
Can't wait for you to unveil your entire draft to us.
We always get texts from people that they're pissed at us because, why didn't you ask him who he's going to draft? I'm like, oh, yeah, he's going to tell us that.
It's just, we can do that if you guys want. Maybe it'll be a autism, auction item.
Yeah, there you go. Jon Schneider.
You'll get the
inside scoop.
Yeah.
That's
It'll be in a card and you can just stick
Jon
it in there.
Schneider's mock draft.
This is who it was. What was the movie? Draft Day. He put it in a card.
Yeah.
He's like,
Is that your favorite NFL movie, by the way? Or
it is not,
movie?
but that'd be pretty cool to make love to your salary cap analyst. And what else did he do that day?
It was a busy day.
It was a busy day for this gentleman. He
stuff,
traded away picks and then got him back.
Weren't they going to put his dad's ashes on the practice
Yeah,
field?
his dad had passed too.
There's a lot happening.
It was a rough day there.
Yeah, a lot of traffic. All right, John, we appreciate you, man.
And the GM for the Seahawks was like a really handsome, established older gentleman. I'm
Oh,
like,
you were in that movie?
no, I was not. The
somebody
guy
was
looked nothing
playing him.
like me.
Somebody was playing him.
I said distinguished, older looking, Dave. All right, fellas.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you guys.
There you go. The Jon Schneider Show is presented each week by Pizza Hut. We'll break down some of what John had to say coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
What Randy brings is this kind of edginess that is pretty rare in baseball, to see it combined with kind of a look-at-me showmanship. I don't say that in a negative way, for someone to make themselves a spectacle like that, especially when they're as quiet as they are, till he does something awesome and then he turns into Dennis Rodman. I love it.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Cheesy Bites Pizza is back at Pizza Hut, and for just $15.99, you get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus, it comes with the Ranch Lovers Flight, featuring 3 bold new dips: Ultimate Ranch, Chipotle Ranch, and Pepperoni Ranch. 1 large pizza, 3 dips, endless flavor. Ready to dip into deliciousness? Order now at pizzahut.com. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Have you heard? Kohl's has 2 exclusive new home brands, Miriana and Mingle & Co. From luxe favorites that are all about turning your space into a sanctuary to fun mix and match dining essentials, there's so much to discover. And trust me, you're gonna love everything. Plus, you can get an extra 20% off throughout the store during our Friends and Family sale. So hurry to Kohl's today and bring it all home for less. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends April 6th. See store or kohls.com for details.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and Pod.
Snoqualmie. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio
Weekdays 2 to 7.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Jon Schneider, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Scroll down to our picture on the, after you hit the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and you'll find anything you missed waiting for you right there. We're rapidly approaching the draft, and no, John's not going to tell us who he's drafting. But the one thing that stood out for me was, and I was really glad to hear, they're not one of the 16 teams who are in favor of banning the tush push or the brotherly shove or whatever you want to call it. I would have legitimately been embarrassed for the organization had they been a part of that. So I'm glad that he was very adamant. No, we weren't one of those 16.
Well, I mean, if there were guys dropping right and left,
well, then it would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I get that part of it, and that would, and maybe they've just been lucky. Maybe it if everybody starts doing it, then there's a higher chance that there are going to be injuries. So
yeah, like every other play that guys get hurt on. I mean, you just can't legislate injury out of football. You cannot. I mean, there's
the ugly cousin of the horse collar tackle.
Yeah, the hip drop. I mean, if something's egregious and guys are, as you said, getting hurt left and right, address it. I'm not saying just go out there like a bunch of cavemen and who cares if you live or die. One man enter, two men enter, one leaves. I'm not advocating for that, although I would pay to see some of that. But but you can't. There's no injury history attached to this play, yet we're still handing the ball off to a running back who's running full steam into a wall of bodies, and invariably somebody blows out a knee, somebody's ankle gets fallen on, somebody's knee gets hit from behind. So how is it more dangerous than anything else you run?
Yeah, El Hombre brought it up. He was talking about me as a linebacker, an ISO play, and I remember Ron Wolfley was the fullback for Arizona, and we hit, high-speed contact and hit him in the head, and my left foot went numb. I was like, oh, that's not good.
That's probably a bad sign.
That's not right. But, I mean, he brought up the fact that's a way more violent hit than what they're doing. I mean, they're so close together. And, I could see where legs get twisted up and things like that. But I'm just very curious, kind of like with the Geno thing. I was so curious to see what he would end up getting paid, and it kind of played out like I thought it was, that he would take less money to go somewhere else. But I'm very intrigued by, and that's why I asked him about Mike McDonald, how they stop it. How does a defensive coordinator come in and go, okay, I've got the magic recipe to stop this play, and I think that'll be interesting.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if other teams can figure out how to run it successfully.
Yeah,
because it's not a league. That's what's made me so nuts. It's a principle thing. I've had people hit me on Twitter. Why are you getting so upset about this? The Seahawks don't even run it. No, it's more of being a football fan, watching the game, seeing something that's pretty unique that nobody seems to be able to stop on any regular basis. Mm-hmm. And the team that got their butt kicked by it decided we're going to complain about it. We're going to craft a rule or a proposal to become a rule that it's no longer allowed because we couldn't stop it and it cost us. So it looks petty. It looks like hurt feelings. It looks like, well, we don't know how to do it, so let's just get rid of it. There's no legitimate, in my opinion, rationale for doing away with it.
Yeah, it was interesting. He's talked about how they brought the rugby guys in. Yeah. I can't remember, or he couldn't remember. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing to me. Like, if all of a sudden everybody's running it and it's like becomes a huge part of offense, I can see where they'd be like, especially if the success rate is just like off the charts, that maybe it starts to look like rugby a little bit too much. I don't know. But that I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to think, okay, where does this thing go? But I think the interesting thing by far is going to be when somebody is able to stop it. So no pressure on Mike McDonald. He's a defensive head coach, but
maybe he doesn't face it though either. So he hasn't had to really deal with it. So it's at this point, as far as other teams having, how do we figure this out? It's urgent. It's not urgent yet.
Yeah, and I thought
unless you're on the Eagles schedule.
Yeah, but remember the Commanders with I'm blanking on his name, the linebacker I love. He's just snot
Cody
bubbles
Barton.
people. No,
Frankie Louvu.
Good guess though.
What'd you say, Lefko?
Frankie Louvu.
Louvu, yeah, Washington State guy, go Cougs. Yeah, he kept jumping over, and I'm like, at least they're trying. I mean, a lot of people thought it was annoying and stupid. I'm like, well, he's trying to do, and that's obviously something that they worked on. So,
I like that he created a moment I had never seen where the official came out and said, that happens again, we're going to award the other team a touchdown. I'm like, whoa, I didn't even know that was an option.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So I didn't
either.
That was a unique thing in football in terms of watching football for all these years. I didn't know it was an option, and B, never heard an official sound legitimately exasperated or annoyed. Like, all right, this is enough.
Little mister.
One more time. This is what's going to happen.
You're going to go to your room.
Yeah, it was I thought a pretty interesting moment. So
yeah, but like I said though, I mean at least they're trying. They're trying to do, instead of just sitting around complaining about it and saying, well, we can't stop it, so let's ban it. So yeah, I'm glad to hear also that John's on that side of it.
Yeah, that's
the funny moment was the Jimmy Graham response there. Oh, I thought that was a bad trade.
See, he's just going to invite people to go, what's a bad trade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, most productive tight end in Seahawk history.
It still baffles me. It just speaks to me to the. He talked about, obviously Kelsey, Kittle, people like that are rare.
Yeah.
Rare talents. I understand that completely. Yet there also seems to be a lot of focus on incorporating the tight end into those offenses that Seahawks have just never seemed to have that focus.
Yeah.
Right? You had Zach Miller, who was a great tight end. Now your O-line, that was an O-line year where you're going, it's a disaster. He became a de facto O-lineman. He was just always blocking for him. And, you've had some pretty talented tight ends over the years that just haven't been huge parts of the offense.
And it's tough to cover those guys. I'm trying to remember again now. The tight end for Troy Aikman, the Cowboy tight end.
Witten, Jason Witten?
No, it was before that. But it was just like he could just run a stick route every single time and just block you out with his body. And then, but they're hard to find. It's hard to find, especially in, Jimmy Graham, I'm sorry, it was not a complete tight end because you have to be able to block. You have to be able to. But it's just interesting that, if you get the right player, it's a nightmare for linebackers for sure. I remember having to cover tight ends on crossing routes on the goal line, and you get play action pass, you're screwed if you step up. So, and then you get the size advantage, and I think it's going to be interesting to see if maybe that position group might be a huge part of what Kubiak does.
All right, coming up, an interesting dilemma has popped up for the Mariners. You're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. That's coming your way next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman here with some exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second CyberKnife. So now patients can receive CyberKnife treatment at Swedish Cherry Hill and the First Hill campuses. And as many 710 listeners already know, CyberKnife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment for prostate cancer with proven results. CyberKnife uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. And the result, healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. And the end result, excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the CyberKnife treatment period is typically only 5 days, with each session lasting less than an hour. So if diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. swishradio.com, code GROW.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
The Mariners have a great slate of giveaways all month long. Don't miss the Cal Raleigh Platinum Glove bobblehead giveaway Monday, April 7th through Wednesday, April 9th against the Astros. All 3 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats and a bobble for as little as $10. Then the fun continues with Corduroy Hat Night Friday, April 11th, presented by Alaska Airlines, and Salute to Armed Forces Night Saturday, April 12th, featuring a camo jersey giveaway thanks to Boeing. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets today.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-63
635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
We saw Dylan Moore play third base yesterday. In fact, come up with a huge play in the ninth. And it was Dan Wilson after that win praising Dylan Moore's performance, especially with that defensive play.
That's the ball game. I think when you look at, what he did on both sides of the ball for us today, hitting the home run to give us that third run, which we needed, and then making the defensive play there at the end of the game to save the game. That's a huge effort on Demo's part. Again, another veteran that, that's why he's got that Gold Glove, because those are the kind of plays he makes, and that was one that saved the game for sure.
Run was hit off of left-handed pitching. Am I correct? Was it Screwball?
I think so. I don't think it was off the bullpen. I have to go back and look now that you ask.
So do I get credit if Dylan Moore becomes the everyday third baseman?
It would certainly, you could have credit for that, but it would be done out of default because the other option was just so bad that they said, "Here, we gotta make this move." So I don't know. I'm still anxious and curious to see what their level of tolerance is and how. How much can Polanco improve? Can he get to a point where you feel comfortable with him? Yeah, maybe he's not going to be a Gold Glover, but can he just make the routine play? Is he not going to be a detriment?
Well,
you don't have slack, Dave. That's my mantra.
Yeah.
You just don't have the slack.
Maybe that should be the battle cry this year.
Yeah.
No slack. Yeah, I love what Perry Hill says, and I think that's the problem with him. It's just, although he played second base most of his career, right?
All but 20 games, according to Baseball Reference.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like maybe because of the injuries, he's slowing down. His footwork just isn't the same, and that's where Perry Hill says it all starts there. But
arm doesn't look awesome.
It sure is nice to have a player like that, though. I mean, he is the super utility man, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he's just a nice player. I don't know that he's going to be an everyday starter, but I suggested it. Okay, I wasn't like trying to call my shot or anything.
Sweeping the dial.
We got an interesting situation playing out in Cincinnati. So during the league meetings, this was, I believe, on Tuesday, Bengals Executive Vice President Katie Blackburn said essentially that Trey Hendrickson needs to adjust his contract expectations. I think she said something like, well, maybe he needs to be happier at a lower number. So Hendrickson, unsurprisingly, not too happy about that. He went on with Pat McAfee to discuss those comments.
Well, first off, yesterday was April Fool's, so I was traded to all 31 teams and had like 100 different contracts. So the one thing I was hoping that was an April Fool's joke was that article, but called my agent, found out it was not, and that was a little disappointing because communication has been poor over the last couple months. That's something that I hold in high regard. They have not communicated with my agent directly. It's been something that's been a little bit frustrating, but again, this is the business of it.
Guy's pretty, I mean, the big joke is they spend all their money on their receivers and their quarterback, but this is a good player, man. He's kind of
17 and a half sacks,
2 years in a row. 2 years in a row, 17 and a half sacks, and he's 6'4", 270. He's from Florida Atlantic. It wasn't.
How old is he?
Highly touted.
Like 30 or 31.
Yeah, he's played 8 years in the league, so that puts him at 30. So yeah, it's got to be frustrating for him, but like the owner says, maybe he should just be happy with a lower number. That's a great negotiating tool. I bet you there's a lot of owners that wish they had said that before.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of players are like, you know what, you're right. I'm going to decide to be happy with the lower number. I feel like I'm worth more then. So, I mean, but how they pull this off, that's going to be some wizardry out there if they get it done because of what they've spent on those three players you just talked about with T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow. I don't know how they do it. We've seen teams do it year in, year out. On the surface, it looks like an impossibility, but we'll see what they can get done with it, man. But having those three guys go before you makes it a bit problematic.
sweeping the dial.
You guys talked about it with Jon Morosi, but the Dodgers improved to 8-0 last night behind who else but Shohei Ohtani.
High fly ball to center field. Harris is back. Ohtani,
inevitable. Home run, walk-off home run. The Dodgers are 8-0 because, of course, they are. They're the Dodgers. They've got everything they could possibly need in terms of their lineup, in terms of their rotation. The only problem with being a Dodger fan would be that if they don't win the World Series, it'll be looked at as a failure.
Yeah.
You know, if they get there and lose, it'd be like, I mean, come on. How did you not beat this team?
It's incredible what's going on there. I think the most fascinating thing to me is Teoscar Hernandez and just the effect that lineup has had for him. But yeah, you look at Ohtani now, and like you said, inevitable. I mean, 333 average.
His on base is like almost 500, isn't it?
Yeah, 459.
It's ridiculous.
You know, OPS over 1,000, well over 1,000.
8 games, we all know, but you know, there are those that look at what Julio's not doing and say, well, look, he's terrible. It's like, well, it's 7 games. But then there'll be those that'll discount what he's doing in 8 games. Well, it's 8 games. Talk to me in the middle of the season. Let's see what he's doing. So it just depends on which point you really want to emphasize. This guy stinks or this guy's awesome.
Yeah,
you know?
I sure would hate to be compared to Shohei Ohtani. I mean, he's just unicorn.
He still has yet to pitch for this team.
Yeah.
He's a unicorn as an offensive player, and he is still yet to give him what he can do on the mound. And he's a front of the rotation guy. He's a one, and this is the rotation that people talk about. Is if the Mariners is not the best rotation in baseball, the Dodgers have it, and they have it without Ohtani. It's just, I don't know. It's talk about the rich getting richer. It's remarkable. All right. Coming up, it is the debut of the Cal Raleigh Show. That's going to be happening every single week here with Wyman and Bob. It'll be hosted by our very own Shannon Dreyer, Mariners Insider. We'll speak with Cal each and every week, and you're going to hear it every Thursday at 5 p.m. right here. Episode number 1 coming your way next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Seattle Sports on 710.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Cheesy Bites Pizza is back at Pizza Hut, and for just $15.99, you get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus, it comes with the Ranch Lovers Flight featuring 3 bold new dips: Ultimate Ranch, Chipotle Ranch, and Pepperoni Ranch. 1 large pizza, 3 dips, endless flavor. Ready to dip into deliciousness? Order now at pizzahut.com. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Lowe's knows how to help pros save. That's why the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards program lets you unlock exclusive member deals on the things you need every day on the job. Plus, MyLowe's Pro Rewards members can get volume discounts on eligible orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, a Georgia businessman who scammed former NBA players Dwight Howard and Chandler Parsons out of millions of dollars was sentenced today to more than 12 years in federal prison. A Manhattan jury in October convicted Calvin Darden Jr. of cheating Howard, who had been a dominant player, obviously, in his prime in the NBA. I'll say that in English. They cheated him out of $7 million in a bogus scheme to buy the WNBA's Atlanta Dream. The 50-year-old Atlanta resident was also found guilty of bilking $1 million from former NBA forward Chandler Parsons in a separate deal involving a development of a then prospect. The judge ruled Darden to forfeit $8 million as well as several luxury items he acquired with the ill-gotten gains, including a $3.7 million Atlanta mansion, $600,000 in artwork, a Lamborghini, and a Rolls-Royce.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mariners with a day off today. They head to San Francisco to take on the Giants starting tomorrow. But today's a big day because it marks the debut of what you're going to hear every Thursday at 5 o'clock right here with Wyman and Bob barring a preemption from the Mariners. You're going to hear the Cal Raleigh Show, and today it's proud to present episode number 1 coming to you right now.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me.
Cal, thank you for doing this. This is a unique look that we're going to have at a baseball team through your eyes. A unique look at you with what you choose to share with us. It'll be a little bit different every week, but really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to. It'll be fun.
We're going to talk about, as the year goes on, things that happen within the week. We'll talk about your pitchers. We'll talk about some fun things here and there, and this is all your fault. We have to start with you. You were the story last week, and a story that, people are just thrilled about. You talked about, you kind of dared to dream on that. I think a lot of fans dared to dream on it too. But when you kind of take a step back and such a big decision, I would love to hear a little bit more about your process and how you came to your decision.
Yeah, it was, it was a tough process. Kind of look at a different perspective, in the sense of, where I wanted my career to go and stuff like that, and being here long term, and in those regards, not really the money aspect. I think, the money's more than enough, and very grateful for it. And but yeah, it was just, the process of, do I want to be here long term? Do I, do I want to test free agency? Do I want, to kind of lock it in right now? And it was, you did have to think about it a little bit, and it took a while during spring training. And, at the end of the day, this is the place that I love, and I love being here, and I love these fans in the city, and this organization's been good to me. And, I thought this is going to make me happy for a long time. That's kind of, what the last thing I thought about was my happiness and, quality of life. And this is where I want to be. So that's what I came to.
When did it all click that you could be happy here?
I'd say during that process. Obviously this whole, ever since I've been, up here in the big leagues, especially after that 22 season, my first season where I kind of came to, I really liked it here, enjoyed it, never even knew that it could be a possibility to stay here long term like that. And, obviously during spring training, once you kind of get close with the club and talks like that, that's kind of when it clicked. It's like, wow, this could really be a home for a long time, and somewhere where, I can retire as well. So
what part I really appreciate you spoke a little bit about Alvin Davis is there, Dan Wilson is there, Ichiro is there, and you saw how the fans treated, their heroes. This is their history in the organization. What part did legacy play for you?
It played a huge part. Yeah, guys like Edgar, AD, Dan, Ichiro, obviously, other guys like Felix as well. But those guys, one team, and they built a home here as well, and they built a legacy. And I think there are more important things than money out there, and that's also what came down to. And I feel like I got a good thing going here, and this organization has a good thing going as well. And grass isn't always greener on the other side. And at the end of the day, I wanted to do that for one organization, one team, and be committed to it, and really put all my eggs in this basket. So,
how much of you is, you grew up a fan of baseball and of other sports. How much are you able to kind of see through the eyes of a fan?
I think I have a good perspective. I think what helps is I've been around baseball my whole life. Ever since I was born, my dad was a coach, and I grew up being the bat boy. I grew up going to games, college games, high school games, even some pro ball games, because my uncle was a coach as well in pro ball. So I kind of got to see all the different levels coming up as a kid, and you're there for the good and the bad. It's not always good times. There's a lot of bad times, and you know what fans want to see. How fans react to certain players. What they respond well to, what they don't respond well to, and things like that. So think it's given me a good perspective, and I'm very blessed, that I had that upbringing and have that kind of perspective as well.
Let's take it back to spring training, and this was a moment in your press conference where I was shaking my head at you. You probably have the best poker face on the team. You had a big secret. I mean, I'm not sure I've seen a secret kept that well, at least on the outside. And I love the way that you described it, that it really became real in spring training, and it got a little scary in a good way. And you said spring training was very different this year.
Yeah.
How did that impact you? I mean, did it hit you at different times? What part did that play in your spring this year?
Yeah, I mean, it was really different. It was honestly from the beginning of spring too. So, yeah, at first it was just, it didn't get a lot of time to myself because there's a lot of conversations going on and, a lot of stuff away from the field. More so in the past, it's, baseball, go home, relax, get up, do it again. And I felt like I was kind of bringing work home with me a little bit. So, but in a good way. Obviously those are good conversations, good things to do. So it was interesting. It was different, kind of, doing the business side of things. And I'm really thankful that, we were on the same page of getting this done before the season started and not letting it linger. And that was a big emphasis for me, going into it because I didn't want it to affect any of my playing.
Did your teammates know?
No. I may have had a conversation with one or two of them, really, really close and tight. But for the most part, not a lot of them knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, I did that, a lot of out of respect to the team and myself as well. And I didn't want to have any distractions going on and wanted guys to be able to focus and do what they do. So.
How important is it for you to have a voice? I think back to your comments at the end of 2 years ago, and it seemed like maybe a door was opened a little bit then. I was always curious what happened after that because I see you having conversations and you take ownership, and it's hard to have ownership unless you can kind of do something about it.
Yeah. It's important, I think not only for, this organization and the city, but guys in that clubhouse as well. I think that's where it starts because obviously the product on the field is the most important thing at the end of the day, and you got to be able to have a voice, and you got to be able to back it up, and you got to be able to own it. And I feel like I've done a pretty decent job of that, and still trying to do my part and trying to help as much as I can. And now, obviously with what's transpired over the last week, I feel like I'm going to be here a while, and I want to continue to grow and continue to get better and continue to learn, and kind of grow that voice and help out as much as I can.
What's been your biggest learning in leadership?
I think one of the biggest things I've had to learn is, not every guy is the same or responds the same. And, you always said baseball, lots of different cultures, lots of different upbringings, lots of different types of people. Not all guys are the same. Not all guys are going to respond the way I respond, or not all guys are going to respond the way a Logan Gilbert responds. So I think that's the hard part. But that's what, makes great leaders and great coaches and things like that is they're able to communicate with all their guys and not just one type of guy. So at the end of the day, there's 26 different personalities, plus coaches, plus other guys, and we got to learn to mesh those and be able to control those and, still continue to grow like that.
We're going to get into those personalities. We've got 6 months to do it, no question about it. Did you get your lineman presents?
No. I think it's the other way around, right?
I think you're right, but I mean, they're pretty insistent about this.
Yeah, they
You said
are.
something small, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe. They said cars and watches, maybe like a little hot wheel or something like that.
There you go.
We'll think of something.
All right. We're going to leave with one current event question. Torpedo bats have been all the rage. Is there one around here anywhere?
I'm sure you will see some here in the near future. I'm sure those bat companies right now everybody's going crazy right now because, it's the fad, it's the thing right now. I look back a couple of years ago, axe handle was the thing,
Right.
and then it was the hockey puck or the hockey knob, the puck knob was the thing for a while there. So you're going to be seeing a lot more of them. It makes perfect sense. it will be interesting to see those and if they play a role and if they help or not. So
You gonna try it out?
I think so. I think, I'm willing to give anything a try. So try it out, and I think there's different models, so they're not all the same, but I'm sure you'll see more and more as the year goes on, as the companies get more wood out to guys, and you'll definitely see it a lot this year.
All right, we'll catch up on that next week too. Cal, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Episode number 1 of the Cal Raleigh Show in the books. If you guys missed any part of that, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. And Cal, one thing's for sure, he'll get very used to a lot of questions. A lot of media work for him, which, again, you brought it up yesterday. Never would have predicted when we first spoke to him that he would be somebody that would have his own segment each week of him talking, because he was very, very the brevity was key with him. He didn't have a ton to say.
Well, I mean, that's efficient, right? I mean, like my brother always says, if you want directions from A to B, you want it with the fewest words possible. So, but yeah, I mean, it's really fun to have watched him kind of grow into the leader that he is. He talked about everybody's different, and just the interaction with some of his. It seems like he really loves his teammates, and they love him, because when he had that press conference, they were all in the back and asking him questions about picking up checks now and stuff, because he signed the big deal. And it's fun to hear, and it's fun to hear from his teammates how beloved he is. So and I'm he's just an easy sports figure to like here in Seattle. So, and I think a lot of people too really appreciate that he loves Seattle so much.
Well, and I'm curious for fans that look at this organization and say they don't want to win, they don't want to spend money, they don't care, blah blah blah. And listen, I can relate to some of those feelings, especially when it comes to the budget. I don't think people are out of line by talking about that. But when you're that down on the organization, yet one of the players you have a lot of respect for and root for said, "I'm going to commit to being here. I'm going to." He could have gone elsewhere. He could have forced his hand, especially if he wanted to keep Scott Boras in the fold, which he did not. He wanted to get a deal done here. Perhaps he could have found a better deal out on the open market, but we've talked about the fact, had he played it out through all of his arbitration years, he's 31 years old when he hits the free agent market. Yeah. And for a catcher, he might be looked at, it's like a running back in the NFL, where you're going, you know what, the wear and tear on that position is just different than it is on other positions. That's just a fact. That's not an opinion. It just is. The wear and tear on a catcher is a lot like a running back in the NFL, where it gets to you. So he may not be who he is now. He may not be. Maybe he starts having problems with the legs or the knees or the back or what have you. By 31, he's not what he is now, so he's not going to get a deal that's anywhere close to this. So I don't blame him at all. I love that he made that commitment to this city, and I'm wondering if it has any impact on fans that are a little disenchanted with the organization, that the leader, by all accounts, the leader in that clubhouse said, "No, I'm committing to here. I want to be here."
Yeah, and especially after a couple of years ago when, he was kind of complaining about, what we need to do in the offseason. And, I remember thinking, oh, no, I hope this isn't some indication of how he feels about it. But, and also I remember as a player just really wanting that stuff out of the way. I had a great agent. I knew he was going to take care of me. And, I just, the amount didn't really matter as much as just getting it done. And he told me whether or not it was fair. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure he got that same direction from his agent. So, but yeah, I mean, it was always kind of a sigh of relief. I probably only had 3 or 4, I guess, of those kinds of discussions or situations. But, yeah, I mean, I think it was a really wise move by him, and I think it's a really great deal for the Mariners.
Yeah, I feel like it was a very team-friendly deal, and he I don't know, he seems like a guy that, squeezing every last penny wasn't that urgent to him. When you're talking getting over $100 million guaranteed, you're going to have that money in your bank account regardless if you worst happens and you suffer an injury and you're never the same, you're still getting every dollar. So, he saw that. Some text coming in, JD in the 509 said it's not just about spending money, it's about who they're spending money on. The A's have a very limited budget and rolled out a better lineup than the Mariners did this year. At what point do we start to look at Jerry and Justin and say, what the heck? It's a fair question to ask. I don't know that the A's have a better lineup when it's all said and done. We'll see. I'm not going to say, well, this team's better. I mean, obviously you can point to the Dodgers and Yankees and some of those, but we'll see what the A's lineup looks like at the end of the season compared to the Mariners. I don't know that maybe it will end up being better. They certainly did commit more money in the offseason than the Mariners did. That was very out of character for the A's. That's not what they do. And they chose to do it in a year where they moved the team from Oakland. So, I know some people out there are feeling, as they like to say, some type of way about that. But they bring in a pitcher, the Severino. They commit to Butler. They commit to Rooker. So they committed some money that they otherwise don't normally spend. But we'll see if by the end of the year do they have a better lineup than the Mariners. I don't know.
What are the chances that Cal shows up with like a big bling, like necklace that says Cal that's encrusted with diamonds and gets one of those cars with the shocks that go up and down?
Is there a number less than 0? Because unless he's doing it to be ironic and funny, walking in with some big medallion that would be fake, the chances are 0, 100%.
Yeah, I think he's going to handle it really well, really well. So, but yeah, like I said, it's just been fun to watch him kind of grow into this leadership role. And then, you got the Seattle Sports Star of the Year award and much beloved here in Seattle. So love that. And then, the other thing, he never reacts, one way or the other. And he told that story, which I love, when he hits the home run and he's like, yeah, pretty cool, huh? But, he also is the same way when Colin Schneider comes in and tries to catch a pop-up, he doesn't fly off the handle. He just kind of turned. I was watching his body language and, it wasn't like he was giving him a hard time or anything, when probably deep down inside, he probably wanted to say, what in the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
Up here trying to.
He could have lit him up behind closed doors, maybe. You never know.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean, he just never gets too high, never gets too low. Doesn't matter what the situation is. And we know he can perform in some of the, most high leverage situations. That's kind of what he's always been about. It's not about his average. It's just about, him being able to get extra base hits in key moments.
Switching topics, looking at the Seahawks and looking at a former Seahawk and another guy who was beloved in this town, who was an absolute credit to this organization. Another guy who was very much in that Cal where you just had nothing but good feelings about him, nothing but good things to say about him. That's Tyler Lockett. Just been kind of noticing his name has not even really been mentioned out there when I read stories about, hey, these free agents are still out there, and it does here and there, but you don't really hear about teams or, hey, the teams are, kicking the tires on Tyler. They're interested. He's met with this team. He's met with that team. I haven't read anything. Where's he going to end up? I don't think he seemed to make it sparkling clear he still wanted to play unless he has a change of heart. I don't know. Maybe it'll be closer to, after the draft and teams figure out what their roster is going to look like a little more. But I don't know. I was a little surprised. I thought maybe there would be, not that every team's going to be beating down his door. He's considered an older receiver, but I think he's still looked at as somebody who's got gas in the tank and certainly could be a valuable asset to a team, certainly to a locker room. Just work ethic, character, everything you'd want in a person that's on your team.
Yeah, I wonder what his relationship is with Geno. Because I just assumed that he would end up with Pete Carroll because that's who he came in with, and it does sound to me also like he wants to keep playing. So I would actually like to see that. I mean, if he's not going to be a Seahawk, I would love to see him reunite with Pete, just because Pete's. I mean, everybody loves Pete.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean that would be a good way to go. I don't know if he maybe has some kind of milestone that he wants to achieve. That's 10 years in the league, which is always, I wanted to get to 10 so bad. 9 is great, but like you get to 10 years, and it just means something to a lot of players. But for him, it sounds like he wants to keep going. So
it'd be cool if he could land somewhere. If he landed in Kansas City or I don't know, Baltimore or Buffalo, someplace that's on the precipice of a title. You know, there's no room for him in Cincinnati now. But you know, if he could land with one of those teams that are looked at as favorites to get to the Super Bowl, because he wasn't part of that team.
All right.
So it'd be kind of cool to see him get that. I root for that guy in such a big way. I want to see his career end in great fashion, whether it's with a title or with, you know, him achieving whatever personal milestones he set for himself.
I remember talking to him, I think, on the huddle when you and Graz used to do that. And I remember after talking to him in 2015 when he was a rookie, going, what are the chances this guy changes? You know, does he become a different guy? Because Sherm kind of went through that a little bit. And, I just remember thinking, man, he's got to change a little bit, and he just hasn't. He's been the same solid guy. So I would think for any team in the NFL, and particularly if Pete Carroll wants to sort of try to establish the culture, you know, Geno knows what that's all about. And if you brought in a guy like Tyler Lockett, like this is a Raider.
Yeah,
it would be, I think, a brilliant move.
Yeah, I think he'd be a tremendous asset to any team. So I'm pulling for him. Just realized last night, God, I haven't heard his name. Haven't heard about him having a meeting with this team or meeting with that team. Just hadn't. If it happened, it got past me. I haven't seen it. So I'm pulling for him. Meanwhile, one critical part of the Seahawks draft process is currently underway. We're going to get into that next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. All of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Well, the seasons, they're changing. The guys are playing the sports outdoors. I know many are starting to maybe pull the lawnmower out and get back to the landscape and the outdoor work. I'm going to guess, Shannon, at IRG, maybe a little busier season?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. You know, we know when the seasons change, particularly when it gets warmer, people are in their houses pretty much all winter long with our cold weather, rain, et cetera, particularly here in the Puget Sound. And everybody's excited. They want to rush out and get going with their activity. I'm telling you, as a physical therapist for 35 years here, you need to prepare your body. So take time to warm up, increase some flexibility, do some stretches, because if you prepare your body and prevent injuries, those activities outside, particularly that exciting thing, mowing your lawn, is going to be healthier and it's going to be a lot more fun.
And you feel better. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. It's all waiting for you right there at irgpt.com.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and Pod. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We had a chance to catch up with Jon Schneider earlier in the day. The Jon Schneider Show happens every Thursday at 4 p.m., which is why we were out here. And we talked to Jon about the draft. We're just 3 weeks away, and he'll be talking to us all the way up until opening night of the draft. So that'll be fun. But he explained how the draft board evolves over time. They come in obviously with an idea. Here are our top however many players they grade, and then that is a constantly evolving process, as he explains.
You know, starting tomorrow, we'll go 1 through 3 back across like we've been 4 through 7 now with the guys that are here. So Nolan, Matt Berry, Trent Kirshner, Willie, anybody that's in the office. You know, the guys are out scouting, doing their things, kind of getting all the pro day info, spending more time with the players and everything. So this is basically our third swipe through it, and basically go 4th round down. Just kind of like, you know, we're just almost like we don't really have a starting point. Like, let's just start with these guys. We don't know anything about them. Let's let it rip. And then we just go through it like that. So before the owners meeting, we got through, 4 through 7. Now we'll go 1 through 3. You know, I think it'll take us into Sunday evening. And yeah, probably should be able to get through that. But that's 3. And then 4 will be when the scouts come back in. 5 would be with the coaches. And then 6 would be just Mike and myself.
It's probably fun for him.
He seems to love it. He talks about it with a smile, and he always says, and it's really cool, and this is really cool, and he loves it, man.
I mean, and it's a lot of pressure. What does he call it? What was the thing from Step Brothers? The Catalina wine mixer. Yeah, that's what he always refers to it as. Is that it's like Christmas morning for him, but I think it's a really cool event. We always talk about how, the NFL is just overblown. Everything is a show, but really, I mean, you go back to like a guy like Witherspoon and just what he means to this team, or Richard Sherman being drafted in the 5th round. It's like you just hope you're going to get something out of him, and he turns into being one of the best cornerbacks in league history. And I always thought the best tackling corner in NFL history. But yeah, I mean, you never know what you're going to get, and all of a sudden it becomes this guy like Tyler Lockett that you're talking about for the next decade. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, we're just trying to get some kind of insight into, because I see the mock draft guys, they'll change, all of a sudden drop a guy, and I asked him about what would make him drop, and there's all kinds of different things, but the one thing John always mentions first: medical.
There you go. All right. I thought that was going to be the cue to hit that soundbite, but you brought it up. What would cause a prospect to drop on their board at this point? Here's what John had to say.
Yeah, you have to be careful over-evaluating, especially at this time of the year.
Overthinking it.
We have so much information now, but what would make a guy drop is a medical off the field, some sort of off the field issue that we're not quite settled on. Guys, any interviews, Zoom interviews that our coaches are doing with players now, or with the scouts still, that there's just something that might be a little off that we're not totally comfortable with, that we need to spend even more time with that player.
I think Matt's been instructed to never fire sound if I set it up.
Here's the thing. Okay. When have you ever called for a cut when you're on
rule number 1?
I don't know that he was, Matt, to be honest. I just thought it was the perfect segue, though.
Yeah.
So I thought
Bob just saved the whole thing.
Here's the
I wasn't
problem.
even looking at the show sheet.
I'm listening to Bob. And that's the end of it.
And you tune everybody else out.
The rest is just background noise. But yeah, I wonder how many times they have an eye on a player and look at him on film and go, man, this kid if we could land him, it would be a game changer. And then they interview him and they go, oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, just on tape, they see a game wrecker, and then they talk to him in person, and there's a character problem. Like, this guy is going to be a problem, or this guy is just not smart enough, or this guy he's the one that's going to get in trouble. Just something that just sends them the complete opposite way when they were like really high on him before that conversation. I wonder how often that happens.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I would think not as much as you think, because you see their character kind of play out on the field. Like when you see a guy hustling, and who's the defensive tackle? There was a guy that just constantly was, sideline to sideline, and there's a guy I played with, Kenny Clark, and he just had that character, and you can see that, like, that's what he was all about. But yeah, I remember but if you see a guy loafing, for example, you'll look at some of these great plays that he makes. And I remember there was a story with a guy like this that they found out, that he had all these off the field problems. There was a relative that was a little bit too overbearing, this and that. And now all of a sudden you go back and look at those loafing plays and go, okay, this is a problem, based on what you found out as far as, the character of the player. So, and that matters, because the thing I always say, I mean, it puts you to the test, the NFL does. I mean, you're going to get injured. You're going to have problems. You might get benched. I mean, there's all kinds of things that play out right there on national TV, and, you just have to be a very sound person. You have to be able to let that stuff go. And, you see people get too high and too low, and now all of a sudden, if you see these other problems that are surrounding a player like that, oh, he's got a gun charge, or oh, he had this with drugs, or something with the car, whatever. Now all of a sudden you're like, okay, is this guy going to make it through? He's a great talent, but is he going to? Thankfully, with the NIL money for the high draft choices anyway, these guys some of them are going to be taking pay cuts.
Well, and some are going to give you a very clear picture as to how are they going to handle this sort of money that's coming their way. If they're a high-end, first-round pick,
right?
Maybe they're already millionaires coming into the league, and they're going, all right, well, now we don't have to wonder how this kid is going to respond to wealth.
Yeah.
He's got it. He's already got it coming in. So that question's been removed.
Which is cool.
Yeah, good or bad, right? Maybe they
Right.
see him come walking in with a big medallion and the lifted trucks and, the Gucci this, that, and the other. What
You
have
mean
you?
like Cal?
Exactly like Cal. Yeah. Yeah. So that's in a way, that's a nice peek behind the curtain for them to be able to, we don't even have to ask. We can look, we can see.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'd also ask him maybe next time, like, are there any questions you wish you asked a guy? Like maybe you took a guy and you missed. Maybe Malik McDowell. Is there something that you wish, man, if we would have asked this, or if we would have talked to this person, we would have gotten maybe something would have clued us, or that told us, yeah, this is not the best pick, or you know what I mean? Just something like, in hindsight, yeah, we should have done it this way, or we should have talked to that guy, this coach of his, or this teacher of his, or this friend, or this, we should have just asked this question or these questions.
Yeah. Well, I think they're pretty thorough about that, but yeah, I mean, you could have missed. You could have missed on, oh, this story, came from this guy. We should have talked to the equipment guy or whatever it is. But yeah, they do a pretty good job of, I think they portrayed that in Draft Day with Kevin Costner. Remember you and I did the interview of Kevin Costner, and I was really nervous. And he was looking at me like, it's okay, kid. I think he winked at me or something like that. But no, remember there was something about, they portrayed that where, the guy, nobody went to his birthday party or whatever. So, but those things are real. Those things. By the way, I'm just describing Bizarro Cal. Was speculating that Cal would show up after his $108 million deal with big medallions and, the
not a
jacked up
chance.
car and stuff like that.
Not unless he's doing it for a joke.
Yeah.
there's just no, in fact, I don't even know what he looks like outside of a uniform. I don't know how he dresses.
I don't think.
So I guess I shouldn't say that. Maybe he does wear Gucci everything. I have no idea. But
I'm thinking no.
I just picture him he's a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy with tennis shoes and calls it good.
I bet you he shops at Costco, Bob.
I bet he doesn't.
Yeah,
but well, there you go. There's a question you could fire to Shannon to ask him.
Yeah.
Where do you get your clothes?
Very important.
There you
Very
go.
Important. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different things that you can, weed these guys out. But the medical totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's number one. But then, the other thing is these guys are instructed. It's kind of a cat and mouse game. So, like, here's how you answer this question, and going to have to...
Don't let them know what a creep you really are.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, coming up, we learned that one person's sports knowledge does not extend to baseball. Oh, I know what this is about. By God. What we learned is coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back. For just $15.99, get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
The Jon Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
All right, keep up. It's me, the radar gun at T-Mobile Park. And these Mariners pitchers have me working overtime. 3 all-star aces, Logan Gilbert, Luis Castillo, and George Kirby throwing absolute gas.
Holy smokes, what a performance. Strikeout number 10 on the night.
And don't forget about Bryce Miller and Brian Wu, the young guns. Those guys get me fired all the way up.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
And just when you think you've survived, here comes Andres Munoz dialing up triple digits and shutting the door. Oh boy, I'm giddy just thinking about it.
Back-to-back strikeouts, and the ball game is over.
Trust me, you're going to want to grab a seat and feel the speed for yourself. And there they go again. I got to make sure my batteries are charged. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners have an incredible slate of promos all month long. Don't miss the Cal Platinum Glove bobblehead giveaway Monday, April 7th through Wednesday, April 9th. Corduroy Hat Night presented by Alaska Airlines Friday, April 11th, and more. Go to mariners.com/promos to get your tickets and check out the complete lineup.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
I don't often know what Lefko's talking about in these teases, but this time I do. We learned that one person's sports knowledge doesn't extend to baseball, and the reason I know is because I think it impacted me in my predictions.
Oh, I was talking
Is
about
that
Wyman.
right, Lefko?
No, I was talking about Wyman.
Oh, okay.
No. You're right. we do know that Matt, he is a certified NFL ball knower. That's been proven. He won our NFL playoff pool. Did you just boo that? Yeah. He is, though. He's the
what
winner.
What place did you get in the pool, Dave?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
So Matt
wasn't first.
Yeah.
There was one?
It wasn't first.
Matt is a certified NFL ball knower, but that knowledge doesn't extend to baseball.
Dave said over.
So my natural inclination should be to go opposite.
I mean, yeah.
And that's what you
All
get
right.
when you
There's a
listen to
track
Matt.
record
All
here.
right, I'm going to let Matt talk me into this, and I'll blame him if I'm wrong.
You can blame me. I don't care.
Matt.
See, that is actually the one pitfall. Normally you would think, well, don't do what Dave says.
Yeah.
But then really don't do what Matt says. You're in a bind there, Bob.
The guy who has open disdain for sports and just revels in the glory of not paying attention to any of it. I took his advice. Yeah, I got burned. I listened to Matt.
I knew I was going to get dragged into that one somehow. Very innocently.
Innocent.
Matt's dialed in on TV and movies, but sports, I got to know his limits.
Well, he's dialed in like he knows that they exist, but as far as picking good shows, that's a whole nother story.
Oh, interesting. Actually, we did learn that this argument that you two have about movies continued today.
In a really hardcore reminder to never follow the advice of one Matt Nelson when it comes to sports.
Not just sports. Don't follow my advice on anything. I can steer you right when it comes to like TV shows, but that's about it.
Excuse me? You get it right?
What?
Didn't I? Okay, well, maybe in TV shows he's good, but movies, El Stinko. What do we
This
got?
again?
Glory Road or Thunder Road?
Just
or
stepping
whatever
back
it's
and
called?
let Matt jump on in here.
Boy, you know, there's something interesting. Some football guy said you should get to that now instead of this.
I like it that Matt says there's some football guys there for you to talk about.
They said some stuff about football.
He wanted to deflect.
He just didn't want to hear your reviews of Mad Max or of Super Troopers or anything else.
I'm done taking the bait. It's a good movie. You're the only person who doesn't think it's a good movie. And I'm done engaging with it. I'm done.
We're going to have to consult the texters on this as to whether that's a good...
Okay, hold the phone. Normally, that you say the texters are idiots, but now you want them to agree with you.
That's right.
Do you see the disconnect I'm having here, Dave?
Not at all.
Do you see
Not
the
at all.
problem?
The
hypocrisy, the blind hypocrisy of it.
Dave should get into politics. That stuff flies there. That stuff flies.
Say one thing and do another?
That's right. Chastise somebody for one thing and then do it yourself and go, that's great. When I do it, it's awesome.
I am kind of curious. Yeah, Dave, what movie are you going to ruin for Matt next? Have you guys decided on that?
I don't know. He needs to make a suggestion. I'll go home and punish myself watching it.
Now I need to find a movie that I know Dave will just hate.
It's got to be really long.
I'll be calling in sick the next day.
Well, that would be a win for all of us, wouldn't it?
Yeah. What's wrong? I have a hangover. Why? Because I tried to drown my sorrows watching Matt's ridiculous movie suggestion.
We'll see if Matt even bothers suggesting another movie to you. He's just gonna. He might be gun shy now.
Why would I? Why would I? Two
By the way,
amazing
great
movies.
What's that?
Gun shy.
I'm not
You ever
familiar
seen
with that one.
movie?
Who's in that?
Oh gosh, I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
What era is that?
Probably
80s?
like turn of the century.
Huh. I'm not familiar with that. Gun shy. Dave will look it
19th
up.
century.
Dave will look it up. Is it a silent movie? Is it? Yeah, we'll find out.
It's a talkie.
It's a talkie.
Yeah. Liam Neeson, Oliver Platt.
Oh, I love Oliver Platt.
Yeah.
What year does it say?
I think it's 2000. Yes, 2000.
I have never
Comedy
heard of that.
thriller.
Huh.
Gun shy.
You familiar with that one, Matt?
No, and I got to be honest, I don't think I'm putting it on my letterbox list anytime soon.
Clearly, we have a disconnect.
Yeah.
You and I.
Meanwhile,
as do you with the texter, because one of the texts just came in. If you don't think Super Troopers is good, you have zero sense of humor.
Okay.
Devastating burn.
See, devastating. I don't know if Dave will be able to recover from that one.
Yeah, I work with all these idiot texters, so.
What else did we learn, Lefko?
We did learn about Wyman's baseball career.
I can tell you this. You said something about you and I hitting a baseball with a torpedo bat. It wouldn't matter what I had. I would be striking out. I just talked to my buddy Brian Hill, who scored 2 touchdowns in the state championship, Worcester High. Get that mention in there. Him and I were sitting on the end of the bench in freshman baseball, and we both were having a conversation like, do you think if we went to Burger King, which is 3 blocks away right now, the coach would notice? I don't think he would have.
Crucial members to the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was miserable. I just, baseball was the one. Loved softball. Softball was fun.
Yeah.
But, yeah, was not a... Did you play high school baseball for the Kangs?
I didn't play for the Kangs.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Played City League.
You didn't play for the purple Kangs?
The purple and gold Kangs.
Yeah.
The Kangaroos, I did not. What else did we learn, Lefko?
Well, we learned that now that he's rich, Cal is just going to completely change.
What are the chances that Cal shows up with like a big bling like necklace that says Cal that's encrusted with diamonds and gets one of those cars with the shocks that go up and down?
Is there a number less than 0? Because unless he's doing it to be ironic and funny, walking in with some big medallion that would be fake, the chances are 0.
Bizarro Cal.
He should have done it just as a goof.
Yeah.
Like just get, some costume jewelry and come in with his shirt all unbuttoned and some Gucci sunglasses and just dress it up and walk into the clubhouse like that and not say a word. Just see what the reaction is from everybody. The day should have done it the day after that press conference. Just showed up the next day, come strutting into that clubhouse.
Big headphones on.
Yeah, giant headphones on.
The big glasses.
Get a car with suicide doors.
That's right. There you go.
Oh, nice.
Trying to explain to everybody what those are.
No, let's not do that.
Yeah.
Matt will be confused. That was one of the better ones. I'll give it to Matt. I thought I knew what suicide doors were until Dave described them.
No, I'm not sure. Did we learn anything else, Lefko?
No, I am sure that's all we learned today. So
all right, there you go. What we learned happens at the end of each day with us. Meanwhile, we had a chance to catch up with the Seahawks president of football operations, Jon Schneider. Talked to him about what's going on with draft day preparations. We are about 3 weeks away, and some great insight from him. You're going to hear that coming up next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. The Jon Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, Jon Schneider. Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
It is that time, everybody. Each and every week, we come out here, do the show live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and we're joined by the President of Football Operations and General Manager of your Seattle Seahawks, Jon Schneider, joining us for the aptly named Jon Schneider Show. How are you, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
What the heck are you drinking there? What is that? It looks like
yeah. So
good for you.
You know, 6.5-hour flight last night. So yeah, some vitamin C, some
it's just a very
some green.